Good evening, everyone. How you doing? Welcome to Tottenham Away, the best place to be on a Monday night if you're a Spurs fan. If this is your first time watching, welcome. Make sure you like and subscribe and put your comments into the comment section during the show. If you're returning, welcome back. Great to have you. Kante out. That's what they all said. Kante out. We want Conte gone. Well, you got what you wanted. And now look at the state of the situation. We're going to discuss it and a whole lot more. Let's go.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Where is this show going to go tonight? That's all I'm going to say. Iggy, how you doing?
All right, man. How are you? You know what? I was just listening to the intro, and it was like when we got Tottenham away. I bet that's every team in the league must be asking themselves that. But no, apart from that, I'm good, man. How are you guys?
JP, back from Greece. You must be feeling fresh.
Back from Greece. Just thought I'd wear a bit of a holiday shirt today. And back to Groundhog Day. But no, it was nice to have a break. It was nice to be away. Shame I kept up with the results. But it is what it is. But I'm happy to be back here.
Good to have you back. Lee.
Evening. Well, I had a nice break as well. Lovely break. And then came back to this. I've got no words, so I'm just going to visualize it. Every time that I sit down and watch something, it's like, like that. That's how I do it now. It's just, yeah. But other than that, great still. How are you guys?
Yeah, living the dream. Rathish. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you very much. I hope you guys are doing really well. You know, new week, same old Spurs, really. You know, that's about it. So
that's about it.
Let's have real quick. Just before we go on, I just wanted to say hello to a few of the people that I met at the protest outside, opposite the Spurs shop on Saturday. Mark from Nottingham. Big up, Mark. Came over, says massive fan of the show. Big up, Mark. He comes to watch. It comes all the way from Nottingham to watch the games and stuff. Andy, I spoke to Andy from Walthamstow. I had a really long chat with him as well. My God, there is nothing that he doesn't. He can go back as far as the 60s and remember all the milestone Spurs games, and he was filling me in about them all the way through on Saturday. Really lovely chatting with him as well. And I met Ian and his lovely missus as well on Saturday. He came over, even though he wasn't a fan of protest. He comes up. He doesn't want to not the protest against Levy out. He just wanted to change. And we had a little chat about that. But you know what, lovely fella, Ian, and your lovely wife. I can't remember her name, sorry, but big up to you guys as well. And I met a few others as well along the way. Really nice people. And that's what it's all about. Everyone coming over, having a little chat. And just comparing views in regards to what it is that we're doing opposite the shop, the club shop, and that will carry on for every home game this season.
All Spurs fans are lovely people. It's just the football that makes us go a bit doolally.
Yeah, that was before the game. I'd love to have a chat with them after the game. That would have been a bit more interesting. But before the game, it was calm.
JP doesn't want to know what I think of Spurs fans, but okay, opinions and all that. Also, big up. Yeah, you think you know. Big up to Stuart as well, who did an interview. He was at the protest. You can check out the video on the channel. And also big up to Nick, who wasn't at the protest, but he was across the road watching the protest. So I went over to him and I asked him, why are you watching? And he's in the middle. He's not quite there, but he's not there anymore. He's kind of in the middle. And he actually did a great interview. So check out what Nick has to say. Let's quickly big up everyone in the chat tonight. We've got Chris. How you doing? Thanks for joining, Chris, as always. We've got someone called Sephiroth, weird one, but good to have you. We've got Rob in the house. Big up, Rob. Hope you're doing well. William, how you doing? Conte out. His tactics are out there. Yeah. Big up, Swifty. How you doing, my man? We've got JJ in the house. We've got Stixie, otherwise known as Dean. Cold Shot, how you doing? Strasbourg, Steve, thank you for the super chat, man. Big up yourself. I will see you tomorrow. And also on Friday, you can see myself and Steve, who's a Newcastle fan. He'll be doing actually a show with me talking about how Newcastle fans got their owners out and what it took and what they had to go through. So that'd be an interesting one. Big up Chris Agomba. Big up Mike Zappa. He did an interview last week, so check out Mike Zappa's interview. He was at the protest as well. We've got Tom in the building. We've got Harry. We've got Ron. We've got DMB. Big up to DMB. We've got Spurdon. Mark, the Crispy Cockerel. That's a new one. Good to have the Crispy Cockerel on board. LA007, Soundboy, who likes Garage Girls. We've got Simon Davies. Sophie in the house. Rob Belcher. Big up, Rob.
Happy birthday,
Henry.
Chris. Looks like it's his birthday.
Oh, is it?
Whose
Happy
birthday?
birthday, Chris.
Yeah, Chris Agomba. I just caught that.
Big up, man. Happy birthday. Good
Big
man.
up birthday, boy. Henry Thong in the house. As always, we've got Johnny from Bethnal Green. Ronan,
Big
how
up
you
the
doing, man?
Bethnal Green crew.
He's
How
happy
you
at the
doing? Big up
minute.
the
2-0 up.
Are they 2-0 up already?
Who, Liverpool? Leeds are terrible, man.
Yeah.
Big up, Paul. We've got Huddersfield Town Huddersfield Town fan FC. How you doing? Ben's in the house. Dietrich Kane, how you doing, Dietrich?
Who's this guy?
Can you make me a mod? You are a mod, no? Is Dietrich not a mod? Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll do it. I'll do it now.
Big up, everyone.
Moderator. Okay, you are a mod now. We've got Robster in the house. How you doing, Rob? Elias, how you doing, Elias? We've got Language Angels. Big up Bob Spur TV.
Nice name.
Hey.
Check out Bob's shows in the morning, guys, in his car on the way to work. We've got Amit. We've got DJ Marcus.
I was gutted.
Big up,
I joined Bob's show and it was just finishing.
Do you know what? I
We've got
missed it
Scott
live.
Spur.
I watched it afterwards.
We've got Scott
Hey,
Spur
guys.
in the house, heading Elias. We've got super chat here from Bring It Big Boy. Thank you for the super chat. Big up, guys. Gotta love the picture. I want Arnie Slot. Our fan base is a circus stadium. Well, we'll get into it. Big up,
Arne
everyone.
Slot, is
Hope
he
you're
not being
doing
linked
well.
with Crystal Palace job at the moment? I think I heard that
I'm not
today.
too
That he's
sure.
been linked with the Palace job.
I don't know. But I do have one question, though, and I want to start here. We'll get into the game, but I just want to ask everyone this question. Kante out. Now, the excuse I'm hearing is that, but it's still Conte's team. This is just the same as Conte. The tactics haven't changed. I don't care. You wanted Conte out. You never said Stellini out. You never said Mason out. You said Conte out. He's gone. And as far as I'm concerned, we're getting worse. Right? We're losing to all the relegation teams. We're even when we change the tactics and formation, which we will get into, and we did change it, even though it was forced upon us against Bournemouth. For me, the reason I always backed Conte and the reason I always stood by him, even though so many had a go at me for it, was because I don't blame managers. Is it Conte's fault that Stellini and Mason are in charge? Is it Conte's fault that Stellini and Mason are doing exactly what Conte did? Is it Conte's fault who Stellini and Mason pick? Who makes the subs now? Is it Conte's fault? No, it's not. Which is why I never blamed Conte, because I know this is bigger than Conte. This is bigger than Jose, bigger than Poch, bigger than AVB, bigger than Nuno, bigger than Harry Redknapp. This is why I didn't ever go in on Conte. And I always said, I am not going to go against another manager at this club. I will never turn on another manager at this club. This is what people asked for. This is what fans wanted. So my question is, Conte out. He's gone. Are we getting worse? Iggy.
Well, the results, Everton 1-1, then we beat Brighton, and now
Luckily,
a draw, a win, and a loss against 3 teams. Maybe Brighton aside, but they can always be a tricky customer. But 3 games really that we should be looking at, in my opinion, 7 points minimum for a team like us, and given what we're I say challenge. I lose that. I use that word loosely. But let me fair. It was 3 games. We've ended up with 4, and Saturday's defeat was bad because obviously of the running of games that we got. The next 3 games are absolutely huge, and boy, Newcastle are gonna want to bounce back from that Aston Villa game. Then you got Man United at home, which United are always tricky for us. Even with the injuries that they currently got, they got a result on the weekend, and they're going to be coming for their fight for top 4. And then you got Liverpool, who have seem to turn. I know Leeds, like you were saying earlier, Leeds are bad, but they turned the corner a little bit. Getting the results tonight. They're doing the job. These are the kind of teams that we would probably struggle. Even with Leeds, we'd struggle with that as well.
are we getting worse now that Conte's gone?
Doing worse. This is what you are.
That's what I want to know. That's the question I'm asking. Are we getting worse?
Are we getting 4th, or are we getting worse? Is that what you're asking me?
Are we getting worse now that Conte's gone? Are we getting worse?
I think we're going to slide down the table, man. I think we're going to Europa at best, conference. That's the level. That's the level we're looking at, man. We're not going to. I said it from the moment we parted with Conte, or Conte parted with us. I think top 4 was compromised from that moment. Even more so for the fact that we used Stellini and Mason as the 2 guys that were going to take us to the next 10 games. That wasn't. If you wanted Conte out, that's fine. That's not a problem. But you had 2 weeks during that international break to get a replacement. Why not bring him in now? Why not hire a manager that can actually do this job, get the 10 games done, see if he can get top 4. If not, at least give him a head start on the job so he knows what he's got to do in the summer to get cracking on the job a little bit. I didn't see the point of getting rid of a manager who's just absolutely called out the players, and he's been proved right. I mean, it's not like the players have proved him wrong. The players in the following 3 games have actually proved what he said was right. So how did you lose a job for telling the truth? And more to the point, it's unforgivable how we've now compromised the top 4 place with these 2 guys, which I hold no blame towards, by the way. Yeah, I just want to make that clear. I don't make Stellini and Mason responsible. For me, the people are responsible who's put them there. And it's just like a rinse and repeat. I feel like it's just been a rinse and repeat on this matter, because we've been saying the same thing over and over again. So, but for some reason, we still cannot unite in seeing same things. It's incredible. I find it still incredible. So we're gonna
get onto the United thing, because we're going to get onto the United thing, because there's something I want to bring up about that. But we've got a quick super chat here from Steve. Big up Steve again. How many years of missing out on Champions League or European football for Spurs would it take to start affecting your club and league financially? Right. I'm going to save this question, Steve, and come back to you, because I just want to get an answer from everyone first. I will come back to this. JP, we get worse now that Conte's gone?
I certainly can't see us getting better, to be fair. Getting worse, I would say yes. Conte called the players out. He said whatever he wanted to say about them. I think kind of like Stellini is probably on the verge of doing exactly the same thing. And at the end of the day, those players who literally, I don't know, kind of like shoved another manager under the bus, they know Stellini's not going to be there. they didn't try for Conte. Why are they going to try for Stellini? Realistically, do you know what I mean? So literally, they're all just going through the motions, and fortunately enough, I didn't catch the game on Saturday, but I didn't even bother watching the highlights because I kind of watch. I have seen Sonny's goal, but that's about it. But I don't see these players kind of getting themselves up, raising their games. And to be honest, in terms of tactics, I understand a lot of people's frustrations back then. While we had different frustrations because we know kind of like Levy's at the kind of like top of the helm. In terms of the football hasn't been too exciting. But we know why, players, etc., things like that. But I don't know where or who or in what ideas some people would have thought, oh, we'll get rid of Conte, but we'll keep Stellini, who's been with him for the last 20 years, and a footballer suddenly changed, and the players will raise their game. Kind of like that bit baffles me, but no, we are where we are. Kind of at the end of the day, we should be expecting what we're getting, and if not, it getting worse. My view.
Guys, are we getting worse? Conte's gone.
I think we are getting worse in terms of many ways. Like I've always been saying that actually Stellini is Conte's understudy. You can't expect something better from an understudy if you wanted the main guy out. So in a way, now you're beginning to see that yes, Stellini at times he's making certain shaky decisions as well, in my opinion. But fair play to him as well. He only has those options. Like when he switched back to four at the back the other day, I think that was not a good time. And the way actually the formation worked out, like he took on scale, like it was like a 4-1-5. What was going on? So in my opinion, like Stellini is making some really bad choices in the absence of Conte. Because last time, even when Conte was not around, he used to communicate with him. They had that constant communication. It used to work well for us, and to a certain extent. But now Conte is fully out of the picture, and I think we can see that it's costing us in many ways. The way we are playing, it's evident on the field. His decisions are and I feel that yeah, it's getting worse.
Let's go to Coach Lee. Lee, Conte's gone. This is what fans asked for. Are we getting worse?
I mean, listen, I've always said that this group of players can't play in Conte's system. I understand that Stellini and Mason have only got 10 games to go, right? You've been training these players and you've been teaching them tactics in a particular way for the most of the season. You don't want to upset that. But sometimes you've just got to have a pair of bollocks and just say, look, I'm in charge now. I'm going to do something different, because it was progressively getting worse in the formation that we were playing in this group of players. You know, if you're going to keep stabbing someone, they're going to continue to bleed. It's as simple as that. You do things the same way, and that's the outcome's not going to change. I was just hoping that he would change it in some way, shape, or form, and he hasn't. And the results were expected. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, there's a couple of things that I'm going to call out. Is that one, that the Sanchez, bringing Sanchez on again, right? This whole, I don't like players getting booed and stuff like that, but I mean, come on. One of the first touches, he comes on it and the ball goes through his legs while he's not looking at it. I mean, I don't know why they didn't boo him then. And then secondly, what the fuck was going on for that goal? He literally passed it to their own player in our box, and he deserved to be taken off. I wouldn't put him on from the first place.
Don't you think he was a little bit unlucky with that goal, because he's the only one that actually put a tackle in? There was three. I mean, we'll get onto it later, but there was three players around the defender, and Sanchez was the only one that actually got a tackle in, and it just happened to knock it into the path of the other player. Do you think he was a bit unlucky with that, or nah? You're not having it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, as I say, I'm not necessarily one for picking out particular players in this situation. I don't think it really does it doesn't help anyone, to be honest with you. But do you know what the one? Do you know what the most embarrassing thing from that day was? Is the fact that I watched the whole game, and obviously I can only see it from certain angles, and obviously people there might have seen it, but it's pretty embarrassing when the person or the player that you've been bantering all season about why you at our club, you come in here, blah blah blah, is the only person that's trying to cheer the crowd up, and that was Dan Juma, and that was like, oh my god. I mean, if he don't, you know what I mean? We've all said he's crap. We don't want him here, and all this kind of stuff, blah blah. And he's the only one that's trying to get a reaction out of the crowd. I mean, where's everyone else? Where's Kane? Where's Son? Where's Højbjerg? Where's all these guys trying to get the crowd going, reaction out of the crowd? It's like they've all given up. And I can't see how that's going to get any better. So are we getting worse? Yeah, absolutely. The only saving grace from this weekend is that Newcastle lost. That's it. Because I just, please, someone just do something different. You know what I mean? That's all I want. Just Stellini, grow some balls and do something different. Tanganga, put him at left back or something, and just go for 4-2-3-3 or something. I don't know what.
I think we're going to have to resort to.
Let's come to the minute, Iggy. Sorry. I just want. I will come to the game straight away. I just want to get everyone's quick opinion on the Kante out thing, and whether we're better, worse, or the same. Rafish, sorry to interrupt you. What do you think, Rafish? Are things worse, or is it? Nah, this is what we wanted. Kante out.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly. I mean, it's getting worse, 110%. Like, at the end of the day, Conte has been well and truly vindicated based on the post-match press conference he had after Southampton. Like, the players don't have what it takes to play for Spurs at this moment in time. Don't get it twisted. We can all agree Davinson Sanchez isn't good enough, but why is he allowed to still be at this football club? Because it stems at the very top. Within this is becoming a toxic environment. Like, the Bournemouth game is not a one-off. You know, the Everton game wasn't a one-off. Brighton, you could say, we were very fortuitous. Let's be honest. You know, they got robbed by VAR. They played us off the park. I don't know how we won that game. And I stand by what I said a few weeks ago. We are in a false position in the league because other teams have dropped off. Teams in around us are inconsistent, but we're just getting 100 times worse. Like, players are not willing to bust the gut. Like, defensively, like, we just look a mess. Like, I see better defensive unit at Sunday level or pub level than the first team. At first team, better defending in those areas than first team level. Like, because so far we're just confidence being shot to pieces. We got a really tough run of games coming up. Newcastle next Sunday, they all look for a reaction, as Iggy said, getting hammered by Villa. St James's Park is going to be rocking. Then it's Man United. Casemiro's back yesterday. United look a lot better team with him in the middle of the park. But at the end of the day, like, 2 steps forward, 4 steps backwards. You know, that's Spurs in an absolute nutshell. Because every player they're not giving fans something to cheer about, and rightfully so.
Got 210 people watching live. Unbelievable, considering we've just restarted the channel. Please like, subscribe, follow us. Appreciate your help. Make sure you follow Step Up Spurs as well. Let's get into the game. All right, Iggy, you can start first because I know Iggy can't wait to unleash. But look, on Friday we did a show, and during the show we said, "What's everyone's predictions?" And everyone was saying 3-1 Spurs. 2-0 Spurs, 4-0 Spurs, 2-1, 3-0. Everyone was predicting that we're going to win. I said 2-1. But then I saw all the comments in the chat. And all the comments started saying 4-0, 5-0, 3-0, 3-1, 2-1. Everyone was saying we're going to beat him, we're going to by 2, 3, 4 goals, whatever. At that point, I said, oh no. Right? Everyone go back on Friday and look what I said. I said, oh no. Whenever we get confident like this, you know what they're going to do. Against Brighton, we all said we're going to lose. We go and beat them. All right, we got lucky. So I changed my prediction. I said, do you know what? I'm going 1-1. Because when the comments are like this is what happens. I would not be surprised, by the way, if we beat Newcastle 1-0. Because I'm predicting on Friday, everyone's going to say we're going to lose away to Newcastle, okay? This is what Tottenham do. So we went into the game. We're all expected to beat Bournemouth. I went for a draw. Not because I thought we would draw, but because this is the shit that always happens to us. Gone 1-0 up early doors. Heung-min Son looks like he's back. He's got 2 goals in 2 games. It's all going well. And then Longley gets injured. He comes off. On comes Sanchez. Porra gives the ball away. Bournemouth make it 1-1. Going to the second half, Sanchez, as Lee said, kind of passed it to their striker. Was it a pass? Was he trying to tackle? No one else tackled. I don't know. They scored 2-1. Here we go. Off goes Sanchez. Then it's the booing. Then it's all the abuse. We then go to a back 4. So Stellini actually changed it. We went to a back 4. Danjuma's come on as well. So he did change it. We didn't stick to the back 3. But what we saw was we can't play in a back 4 either. Because Richie scored a goal that was offside. Danjuma scored a goal, which we'll discuss. But then Richie misses a header from 6 yards, misses the target, and the back 4 gets completely torn apart. And Bournemouth, in the 95th minute, sent the away end into absolute pandemonium. That's what happened. We started with a 3. We got forced into a 4. We brought on Danjuma, what everyone asked for. We still lost. Iggy, you can talk about any aspect of what I've said or anything you want to add. What the hell happened on Saturday?
Man, listen, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, defensively, we're weak. Man, when I say just defensively, it's very hard. Like, do you know what it is? Like, for those who've had the fortune to be involved in playing football at any level, for the matter, the concept is very clear. Your midfield, you wanna support the attack at any given moment. You want to stay close to the attack because you wanna help them to create attacking options, but also to create as much as possible for your forwards. Unfortunately, you're also reliant on what's going on behind you. If you're aware that behind you you're weak or you have weaknesses, and when I say behind you, including the defense, the goalkeeper, stuff like that, it becomes very hard for you to leave them because you're very aware what could happen behind you if you leave them exposed. So you're less prompted to go forward because you know more or less. Worst case scenario, you've got Kane, you've got Son, you've got Kulusevski. They can resolve it. Sometimes they can, other times they can't. But you're less inclined to leave them isolated a lot more in the hope that they can do something rather than you going actually helping them to make that happen. But of course, you get left what's going on behind you. So we have not, whether we were going to go with a back 4 this season, with a back 3, with a back 5, we in the last summer, did not address the one area that we desperately needed to address, which was the defense. We didn't address it. We went and bought 60 million Richarlison. When we wanted a defender, we was talking about Bastoni, we was talking about Gavardia, we was talking about these players the whole of the summer, and we got presented with Richarlison, which of course we needed another striker, we needed another option, sure. But the fact of the matter is, we never went and got the centre back that we needed. Be it that we play with a back 4, someone that could partner Romero, and the names that we just mentioned, or if you're gonna go to a back 3, you needed 2 other really, really good players. We didn't. We went and got Longley. Now Longley, we are looking to sign on a permanent deal for 12.5 million. He is not the best option. He is the cheapest option, which is why we're about to sign him. Now, Longley's picked up this injury. Now we've got the situation with Sanchez now, where the morale and the confidence that perhaps are going to be drained. I don't see how Stellini can go and bring him and play him at Newcastle. So that will bring Tanganga back into the fold. Who's seen Tanganga? It's going to be an absolute, it's going to be an absolute, it's an absolute shit show because he might end up having a brilliant game, or it can end up having a nightmare. And right now, I know what my money will probably be on. So you cannot go to a back 4 because Dyer and Romero cannot, especially Dyer. I mean, Romero can play in a back 4. He played it for Argentina, winning the World Cup.
Yep.
But that's another. He's playing with a really good players next to him. Dyer cannot defend in a back 3. You're going to want to play him in a back 4. So So selection-wise, we cannot also play for the back four for two other reasons. One, because you can only play Perisic at left back, and one of them you can play Porro. Porro you might get away with. Perisic you want in the back four. So that option for me is not even. Certainly not from the start. It's not even. For me, there's not much to discuss on that matter. So you cannot make those changes there. So Tanganga is likely to come in for the injured Longley. Then you move further up the field. In centre midfield, we need to make those changes because Højbjerg and Skip, last few games, have been off the ball. I expect Sarr to come in for one of those two, if not put a third one and change it to a 3-5-2. That's the other, because Kulusevski's not really giving us much at the moment, and you can perhaps mix, shake things up. So the choices that we can have, then you can argue that Danjuma should be able to get an opportunity. Richarlison, perhaps, that's arguable, no problem. We got a few more options further up the field, but the base of it is the same. How are you going to say, well, we should go on the front? I hear this all the time. We should go on the front foot. We should 20, 30 minutes, 25 minutes, or 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Start strong, get them on the back foot, pin them back. How are you going to do that? Pin them back. So for the reasons I just said, every time you try and pin someone back and give spaces in behind these centre backs or that our defence, we're going to get absolutely exploited. And it happened, like you said, against Bournemouth in a situation where we just clawed the game back to 2-2. We managed to concede in the final moments, and how high up the pitch were we because of that? That is why we cannot go on the front foot. To go on the front foot, you need to press up high. You need to play higher up the line. We don't do that. We cannot do that. We won't do that because the defence won't leave the spaces behind the back getting ripped for pace. You got a goalkeeper that won't play at the edge of the D. He plays in the baseline goalie. How are you going to play
This
up
was Spurs
pitch with
playing
those
the high line.
fundamentals not in place?
This is
Look
Spurs
at
playing the high
the
line.
shape here. I saw this.
all
this.
over the place.
We're all
This is
over the
playing
shop,
a high
man.
line.
We're all over the shop.
All over the
Do
place.
you know what it's
You've got,
still even
first
more
of all, you got two centre backs playing a high line. One centre back is 15 meters off the high line, drop deep, keeping him on the side, and then you've got the other guy that's gone out wide, who's not really doing anything. Like this is
laughable.
This is what people kept saying. Stop playing a back three, go to a back four. We can't do it. We don't have the players.
Do you know what was more alarming, lads, is the fact
I've
that
always
this
said-
team, and I don't know how many of you were there at the game on Saturday, but I found this team, even before this, I find it a very disjointed between the lines. We're disjointed, with the pairings, we're disjointed. I don't see a lot of cohesion amongst the players, and let's have it right. And I've got to be real honest with you guys. I think mentally, a few of these players have checked out. They're on holiday already. They've gone.
Exactly.
They're not there.
Absolutely.
They're not there anymore. I feel it. They're not there. And when a team's checked out, as in they're done for the season, as in whatever, it's finished. I don't see how a lot of these points are going to come up. How we're going to go and present ourselves away to Newcastle to go and take 3 points off them, given what they're playing for, when we are going with this mentality. And this is something that both Contes said, Stellini touched upon it on the attitude wasn't quite bang on. And what's more alarming is the fact that they took it upon themselves to drop after we scored. It wasn't a request from Stellini to drop 15, 20 yards. They did it themselves. So I'm not too sure why this is happening. Why the players are taking upon themselves to drop off as soon as we took we scored. So
it's the same thing again. Mourinho said, same thing Conte said, I'm not telling them to drop. But why the hell are they doing it themselves?
This is the part. This is when you see, I don't look at just the score, the final score. I look at the very basic fundamentals for any football team at any level. You need to have a very jointed team, wants to work for each other. You need to have partnerships within the field. You know, the right back and a winger and the two centre mids and the two centre backs. That everybody's got to function together. I don't see this with this side. I see a very disjointed
Guys,
side. I don't
do you
see
know what?
everyone working
Let
with each
me.
other. And for me, I don't see how you can, without team cohesion, how you can go at these different grounds, tough grounds, by the way, to go and get a result. I just don't see it.
Let me show you guys a few things, right? Because I do like to go back over the games, and I used to do loads of tactical analysis shows and whatnot. But I just thought, let me have a little look at this one, right? Right. Let me just show you guys a few things that caught my eye. First of all, the inability to play a high line with these players, right? Secondly, and this is what I was trying to refer to with Lee. This is the guy, the Bournemouth player, who then passes it to his right to Solanke, who's running in. We've got 3 centre backs making a square, right? It's almost like formation dancing. And not one of them puts a tackle in, except for who? Sanchez, who's the furthest one away. And it's his tackle that actually fed the ball through. Why have we got a 3-on-1 leaving players free? And I want you to notice something. Even if Solanke didn't score, right? The fact that 3 have gone to 1 then leads to the next problem. Sorry, it's a bit blurry, but Solanke I've circled in red. That's the ball that's going to the back of the net. But because 3 players went to 1, look at what I've circled in the blue.
2-on-1.
That leaves 2 runners. So even if Lloris makes the save, or
And
it
even
hits the
then,
post,
he's behind him. Even then,
they're in front of him. Yeah.
Right. So we're not going to win the rebound either. Then you go to the last goal. Same again. 3-on-1, which leaves the player free. You've then got the 3. One of them goes to the player. The other 2, they're not looking what's behind them to mark. They're not looking where the danger is to run in and maybe try and get to the goal line. They're watching. But look who I've circled in blue, Harry Kane. Where's the midfield dropping back? Where's Højbjerg? Where's Skip? Where's the wing backs? Why is our striker now in holding mid?
There's so many gaps as well.
And then we wonder, Rafish, you can come in straight away. Then you wonder how this ends up as a goal, right?
No, but isn't that Højbjerg there though? Still.
Yeah, it is.
Just under.
Højbjerg's at the bottom, yeah. But where's the other? That should be the wing back, or at least the other centre back. Why is the holding mid the nearest player to the ball? So listen, I looked at it, and I went over. Quick recap. I went through all the images over and over again, trying to understand the movement off the ball, right? Because this is out of possession play. What is your movement off the ball? And I can honestly say, with my coach's hat on now, there's a combination of players that aren't very intelligent and a combination of players that literally haven't got a clue what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Partly that's down to coaching. Partly that's down to individual accountability. There's players at this club that shouldn't be wearing a Spurs shirt. It's that simple. And you know what? Everything Poch said about new furniture, Mourinho questioning the players, new coach, same players, and everything that Conte did in that 10-minute outburst. Listen, I look at it and it's a shambles in terms of decision-making, personnel. We need 50% of this squad has to go. I mean, discuss what I've shown, but no manager fixes this, by the way.
Yeah, Stel, I was going to say, with the coaches as well, like, just to elaborate what you said just now, like, I've sent you on WhatsApp. So this is the quote. So Conte said they can continue to change managers, but that won't change the situation. Mourinho's quote, I make mistakes sometimes. I haven't always chosen the right project, or I might have been missing.
Is this the one, Rathish?
That's the one. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. And this is the thing.
You can read it out. You can read it out. Yeah,
that's what I'll say. Yeah, I make mistakes sometimes. I haven't always chosen the right project, or I may have been misled about the path of some projects. I've been led dishonestly, accepting a job I shouldn't. Pochettino, when we want to buy a washing machine, we get a dryer that could do the same job. Instead of a sofa, we get a chair where you can also sit. That's the difference between Tottenham and the teams that are built to win. It's so true.
Ratish, Sorry, Ratish, did you say drier
So
or dire?
damning, man.
Drier. I said drier. No, I was reading it pretty quickly. Lee. I said it's definitely drier. Yeah. No, I was gonna say it's true
I think
because
it's higher.
doesn't matter which
How
players come
damning
in.
is that?
Yeah, yeah.
But that's
Wow.
three of our last biggest managers that we've had, right?
Yep.
Conte
There's
out.
a link
Biggest names
between
that
all
we-
three.
Conte out.
There's a link between. There's a link between all the three statements made. There's an actual link
Yeah.
between
The
it.
selling of
They
the
might be
project.
differently, but essentially, yeah, it's completely like it's incredible, guys, and this is why I go mad when I hear people shouting for Pochettino back. Why do you want him back? For what? What's changed since he made those very statement that we just read out now? What's changed from what he said then to fast forward in 4 years? What's changed exactly at our club to warrant to say, you know what, now is the time for Pochettino to come back? Come back for what? What's he coming back to? To get stung the second
Well,
time? I don't want to see him do
one-
that, man. I don't want to see Pochettino come back to be stung again for the second time. And for those that do, man, I think it's really selfish. I really do. I think it's a really selfish move to want a manager to come back on those pretenses. I really can't stand the thought of having him back for that reason. I don't know how you all feel about Pochettino potentially coming back,
I think
even
I think the
though
one say
a lot of the news out there saying that he hasn't been offered the job, and it is indeed Spurs that have doubts on him. Go figure, but
Yeah.
you know that's another.
I think one thing I'd say is
Spurs
he
doubting
wanted
the
a
manager?
sofa.
Nah, we don't
He-
blame
he
managers.
wanted-
Get out of here.
One thing I'll say, Iggy,
Yep, we
is
don't.
what's changed, right? He wanted a sofa and there's a chair. The chair's only
sit on
got two
that.
legs. The chair's only got two legs now and no cushion left on it. The washing machine's totally busted. The drum's not spinning anymore.
And
There's
we want
holes in the floor of
Pochettino
the
to come back
kitchen.
to that. That's what we're saying to Pochettino. Come back to this. Come back and help us out. Because you know, I don't get it.
thi-
If
I think
things were
everyone-
different,
I think
if things were different, yeah,
everyone's
of course I'd say Pochettino back.
I think everyone's memory of Pochettino probably was the last time we played good football, right? And I guess we want to
I
go
agree.
back
I agree
to
with that.
Look
we
at
want
the
to go
players
back
we
to
have,
that
though, innit?
point.
Look at the
I
players.
know. But I think
That's what
everyone's
we
idea of
do, innit?
Pochettino is kind of that fairy tale that you have in your head about
The
obviously
last time
that's
you was
when
happy
last time we played good
when
football and
Pochettino.
stuff. No one remembers we win an away game prior to him getting sacked and all of that palaver, right? It's all that's and I think we've been starved of football at our club. We've not really seen a lot of free flowing football, which is kind of something that Spurs fans do like, right? And I think that's the fairy tale of getting Poch back. I think if it was someone else who was to come in and attempt to play that style of football, yes, we know it's going to need a massive rebuild because what, like kind of Stell said, what 60% of the players? I'd say more than that.
I'd say half this squad minimum has to go.
I would say more than that because
I'm
That-
starting
that
to
is-
wonder.
What do you mean? Do you mean the painful rebuild that Pochettino said 4
Yeah.
years ago?
Yeah, exactly.
Painful rebuild that we still have to do 4 years on. So instead of doing it 4 years ago when it was needed, we're
Scott
going to do
M
it now.
said it. Scott M said it. We got the pain without the rebuild.
That's so true.
I keep coming back to this quote of Scott M.
It's such a
I keep
brilliant.
saying-
It's such a.
So, and that's the thing. You go, Levy's bought himself 4 years now. Well, he bought himself 4 years with that, doing that. So bring Poch back, and now he bought himself another 4 years.
I'm starting to wonder, Iggy. I'm starting to wonder whether I personally think that Lloris should be the captaincy taken off him. I don't think it works with him running the back, and I'm actually starting to wonder whether you've maybe got a little bit of heat going on between the defenders, or at least the centre backs. Because I just can't see how we're so bad at defending when we've got a World Cup winner.
Two.
To be fair, if you're in a country squad, anyone can win a World Cup. Let's just put it out there.
2 World Cup winners.
Two
You have
World Cup winners,
Romero
yeah.
and Lloris.
Yeah.
Who do you give the
And-
captaincy to, Lee? Who do you make captain then?
I would. Well, let me just finish what I was going to say before I answer that. I'm starting to wonder where you've got the likes of Romero, who's walks in the thing saying, "I'm a World Cup winner. I'm a great defender. You should be listening to me." And you got the likes of Dyer going, "Well, I've been here for 15 years. I am part of Tottenham." And there's a little bit of back and forth between these two, and then they're just not getting on. I mean, we all know what the situation is. Dyer needs to go. We need to get another centre back in. But I almost feel like maybe one of them needs to be given the captaincy. Whoever I think it'd be hard for Romero because he's still quite new in the country, and the language barrier I think is still there a little bit, etc., etc. But someone just needs to take the ball by the horns and just say, look, you know what? I'm the leader of this defence. You're not just going to run around this pitch like headless fucking chickens. And someone just needs to captain them. And I don't think Lloris can do that from the back. I don't think that's the way it should be. Or even a midfielder or something. Something's just got to change. I mean, these guys are professional footballers, right? It's just you can't be making these stupid, silly mistakes and getting away with it week in, week out, and still getting played.
You said, Lee, I just want to jump on what you said, right? You just said something has to change, right? I want to go back to this super chat that Steve put in, and I did say I'd come back to it. How many years of missing out on Champions League or European football for Spurs would it take to start affecting our club financially, therefore to trigger leaving? So I think what he's asking here is how much time away from the money do we need for this board to wake up?
I'll quickly answer that, Stel. Sorry, Lee, and just say
go for it.
I don't think it will, because they'll just get a few more concerts in.
Beyonce can cover it.
There you go. The Champions League nights would turn into concert nights.
I think you're right. He'll find a way to replace the money, and that's the problem.
And that's why they built the stadium.
The Tottenham Tornadoes. New NFL franchise.
The thing is, he's already doing it with or without the Champions League. He's already doing all of that. So it's not like it's going to get to the point where if we get it, great. If we don't, well, you're right. Your boys are right. It'll cover it with something or someone else. So it's just it's all
there'll be a boxing match. We've just put him for the Euros or the World Cup or something like that. Like we just apparently UK.
So many. Yeah, you're right. You're up for the Euros. There's going to be so many events. So it's going to be so many events. He could cover that. He can cover that. There isn't anything that he's not. The NFL, the rugby.
It's literally Iggy. It's literally. Oh yeah, and you can go and watch football there as well.
Yeah, exactly. Tottenham. It's an event stadium that also is the home of Tottenham Hotspur Football
It has a
Club.
football
It's
team.
actually written like that.
Ironically,
You got Tottenham Hotspur is an event stadium that holds concerts, NFL, rugby, go-kart, whatever you want. And it's also the home of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. So it's just falling down the pecking order. They're not lying about anything.
It's an add-on.
They're not lying about what they came here to do. They're not lying about what this event centre has become. The stadium is, and when you're standing outside White Hart Lane and you see this massive stadium, it's not like looking at it. Before you had every stadium has something iconic. The best football stadiums, the most iconic stadium has something really iconic about it. When you think of you think of Old Trafford, Anfield, you think of the Nou Camp, you think of the San Siro. There's something about the stadium that makes it so iconic. When you stand outside Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and it is the best stadium in world football, guys, I'm saying in terms of like the structure and everything else, it's the best there is. There's not a lot of stadiums that are more modern than this one here. But there's nothing outside that makes me think, that makes you like say, wow, man, this is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. It hasn't got the Bill Nicholson gates anymore. It hasn't got the Bill Nick way. There's nothing about it that tells you there's anything but an event stadium, and which is you got the screens outside of it, and they just vary
advertising something else.
What event you got going on.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I,
It's
Iggy,
incredible,
Iggy, I want to
guys.
bring
It's
something back.
heartbreaking. It is,
Iggy, I want to bring something back to the match, right? I want to bring something to the match. During the
of
game,
course.
Sanchez came off and he got booed and there was abuse. And a lot of people are just kind of saying, were the boos for Stellini, were the boos for the board, were the boos for Sanchez? But he kind of got booed when he came on as well. So
No, it was ironic cheers
the reason,
towards the substitution.
the reason I want to bring up
cheers.
Sanchez is one. Well, the reason I wanted to bring that up is because he came off and then we lost 3-2. That last goal had nothing to do with Sanchez. Nothing. Okay. I'm not going to ask whether or not you think it was fair or whether you think it was unfair, the abuse and the boos with Sanchez, because everyone's discussed that. But with Sanchez, are we targeting the blame at one or two individuals because we're too scared to have a go at the collective? The collective being the team, the board, the managers, because there was a lot of anger, and the fact that Pedro Porro had to come off social media for a couple of days, and the fact that Sanchez had to come off as well. Are we? Is the anger there, but it's being mischanneled?
Yeah,
Well,
they're being picked down, aren't they?
Yeah, sorry.
To
you
be
guys
fair,
go. Go on.
to be fair, you know how desperate fans are getting when they start picking on players. You are absolutely right. Sanchez wasn't the fault for the third goal, but then to be fair, my view is we shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place, right?
Yep.
I would have done something different than bringing Sanchez on, but that's by the by. It doesn't matter. It's done. What's done is done. If I am, the expectation of Porro has been quite high since he's come in. I think he had an absolutely awful game on Saturday. I think he was bang average, especially in defence. I mean, going forward, I think there's something there with him and Kulusevski down that right, because you certainly can't see that on the left. It's disjointed as hell. But he had a real bad game, and I think now that fans are just getting frustrated that they know that they can target people on social media, and I think that's what they're doing. I mean, my first thought isn't to go on social media and start having a banter at Sanchez or someone like that.
Yeah.
I think it's just keyboard warriors, isn't it? It's a way to, have a go at these people with. They can sit behind their screens and it doesn't matter. I mean,
I think
these guys are still human beings at the end of the day, right? I know they get paid a lot of money, etc., etc. But all the money in the world, we know, as a lot of people know, that you can have all the money in the world. It doesn't mean that your mental health is not going to be affected. And just leave the guys alone. Everyone has an off day.
even
Sanchez,
even if
but,
even
do you know
even in your
what?
own job, even in your own
all
job, right?
criticism-
Even in your own job, if you were doing something
yeah, but
wrong,
the thing is,
you'd accept
the
it,
difference
right?
is
You wouldn't like someone just shouting at you.
all the
that's
criticism.
berating you.
The criticism should be based on the performance. You praise a performance, you criticize the performance. It should remain on the field, on the football field. What happens is people have took it upon themselves to go on social medias and go personal on people. They start attacking families, the color of your skin.
Yep.
That is fucking unacceptable, man. And it's a fucking disgrace how in 2023, 2023, this could still happen. You criticize the performance. Now, Sanchez, okay, there are players, unfortunately, not many clubs, but in our club, there are players that, such as Sanchez, who honestly are done. And I'll tell you why, because it doesn't matter what they do here on forwards. The moment you see the guy stepping on the field or standing by the touchline, ready to come on, everyone's on a fucking meltdown. Everybody's on a meltdown. I've been at the stadium when I've seen the guy warming up and people are going on a meltdown. Emerson went through that phase and slowly started to win people back on his defensive displays, but he went through that. Porro, because he can't defend and is more joint in the attack, he's getting that grief as well. Probably Perisic, but there are players like Dyer and Sanchez who can no longer be stomached wearing a Spurs shirt. That's just how it is. Now, does that mean that we should rightfully go in personal on them and attack them for outside the football matters? Absolutely no. But it's time that we need to start moving these players on because the fans are done with seeing them on the pitch wearing a Spurs shirt. It has to be said, guys. So I don't blame the boys because they are there. They listen. They're getting paid. They're there representing. They're doing their job. They're professional about it. But when you see Sanchez going off the field and there's that camera pointed at him, the boys. I mean, I say the boy. The man's distraught, man. So it's not like he doesn't give a shit. He's just sat back and smoked a cigar, praising his own performance. It's not like there's a complete like this guy does not give a shit. You can see that he's distraught. So he's got a heart there, man. He cares about it. You can see that he cares. However, we have chosen the Bournemouth game and given it all on him when in fact I challenge anyone to tell me in that game who actually made it to a 6 or 7 out of 10. Because guys, honestly, nobody. Maybe Son had a good game. Kane, was he okay? But the rest of the team, who was saving, guys? Who was saving from that performance? So why the fuck is he taking all of that brum? If you're going to criticize him, you have to criticize all of them. You have to.
It's an easy. It's an easy.
But
target,
it's an easy target.
It's
Absolutely.
It is an easy.
Listen. Let me give you another comparison. Kane misses a penalty against France. Right? He took shit, but it was quickly forgotten about. Saka missed a penalty against West Ham yesterday. Did you see the shit that's been online? What the images of him?
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter, Iggy. Yeah, on that.
Yeah, well, come on, guys. This is disgraceful, man. This is levels. I don't know when people have thought to themselves, you know what? This has become okay to do this. It's unacceptable, guys. There are people that are targeted. There are people that are clear, and they just wait for them to fuck up to just remind them of it. And certain players, for some reason, have just I don't know, man. And this is their own fans. Arsenal fans did that because the guy that wrote about it is, he's saying he let down his team. And the same thing with Sanchez. We did that. Nobody else has done it. We've done that to Sanchez.
Talking about letting down your team, can we talk about Richarlison? Right, this guy cost 60 odd million pounds, right? And he scored a goal. Well, we're talking about the players that got abused, but Richarlison seems to get away with any kind of criticism at the moment from the Spurs fan base. He cost 60 million quid. He hasn't scored not one Premier League goal. He's only scored 2 goals, both in the same game against the worst team in our group in the Champions League. He scored a goal. It was offside. That's the second or third time he's done that. And then he gets a header from 6 yards out. Second time he gets a chance from 6 yards out. He misses the freaking target. He shat himself when it mattered, right? At the same time, Danjuma, does he deserve a chance? Because he did score. But for a lot of oh my God, the fans that came after me when Danjuma scored, but I reminded them, I always said Danjuma against lower opposition is when he scores. If you look at his record over the last 6-7 years, all his goals come against B-Tech teams or lower end of the division teams. That was my criticism. So I'm not surprised he scored against Bournemouth. He won't score at Newcastle away or against Liverpool. I promise you that.
But neither will Richarlison at this point. Richarlison's not scoring against
anyone. What is why I'm bringing it up?
He's not scoring against no one.
All right, so I'm bringing it up. You're right. No, listen, you're spot on. I'm not. That's a fact. What you said is a fact. Stel told me, no, I never. I cussed you that you bought Nunes, and Darwin Nunes has been a flop. What's Darwin Nunes done at Liverpool? He's a Liverpool fan. He's a bit upset that they're below Tottenham. So he watches the Tottenham channels. Do you understand? Welcome, though. Welcome. We welcome all fans of all backgrounds, especially the teams below us.
Good man. For anyone that's watching the Leeds game, this is what we should be doing right now. Leeds fans, 74 minutes, they're all walking out the stadium. They're getting absolutely
Our fans don't do that.
5-1. Our fans will do it 25
to be fair,
minutes
at
at Man United.
To be fair, at 5-1 against Bayern Munich, we did walk out.
Oh, okay. We should be, but the way that it's going at the moment, even 1-0 down, we should be doing this. I've got a question for you, Stel. and this might give you a bit of but take the pressure off with this whole Danjuma. Obviously, straight away, it was a deflection anyway. Do you think we got lucky there again with that goal? Because I watched it over and over again, and I'm struggling to see how Kane has got away with not being interfering with the line of sight of the
It should have been
goalie.
disallowed. It should have
Yeah.
been
It
disallowed.
should have been disallowed.
It should
Yeah.
have been disallowed. It should have been
I
disallowed.
mean, someone's feeling sorry for us.
I'm just checking who scored the 5 goals for tonight. And yes, Darwin Núñez got absolutely no goals. Not bad for £80 million.
Jota just scored, by the way. Jota just scored.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah,
Jota scored
yeah,
2, Salah 2, and Gakpo 1.
Ratish. The good players are scoring. The good
Yeah,
ones.
that's true. Yeah.
Salah
they're
2,
scoring.
Jota 2. Yeah.
I was looking at the reports of Bowley walking into the Chelsea dressing room. I mean, if you're spending that much money, you've got reason to be pissed. But can you imagine if Levy did that? He'd walk in there and he'd be sort of patting them all on the head, going, "Don't worry, guys," and he'd be bringing in some like cream cheese and cucumber sandwiches or something. So there's always next week. That's the kind of that's my imagination of what Levy.
That is the attitude. That is the attitude that comes down from the top, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you know what?
If the players don't like it, they'll go and have a chat with Daniel.
I want to know
Does
about
he even go in there?
I want to know.
To be honest with you, I will tell you my
Is it
simple answer to that.
acceptable that he hasn't scored a goal? £65 million. Are you kidding me?
Jesus Christ.
Still, is it we know his level, right? But is it his fault that we paid 66 million for him?
No, the price tag is not. The price tag is not set by the player. But what I will say about this, all of this happened with Richarlison and Danjuma is Danjuma has earned the right to be the first sub forward that we bring on.
Give him a go.
Yeah,
just to give him a go.
So he's earned that right. He's earned that right. He goes, look, the little time I've played, I've contributed. Yes, scored against Preston, scored against the Bournemouth, but he's scoring. Richarlison's had way more game time, but he's not producing the goods. So how he can be pissed off that he doesn't get more game time is beyond me.
But Iggy, he's out of position. He's out of position. He's out of position.
Listen, this is
Funnily
something
enough,
that
though,
I've had
Saturday.
with Stel
Hold on.
all season.
Saturday. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, Kane dropped back and he was up front. What does he do? Miss a 6-yard header.
Listen, it's a tough
says
one.
It all, doesn't it?
It's a tough
and
one.
then he's like this. Well, you headed the ball. No one else headed it. Why are you looking so surprised you've missed?
He knew.
The goal doesn't move.
He knew, Mr. Sitter. But listen, Danjuma, he's got involved. He's contributed goals, and that for me, if I need to bring an impact player, and I've got those two to choose from right now, you look at the numbers. The numbers alone.
I still won't like it.
No, but you just got to pick out. Listen, at the end of the
Everyone's
day,
allowed their opinion.
the proof's in the pudding, man. At the end of the day, the pitch doesn't lie. That's one thing I've always told from young. The pitch doesn't lie. If you produce the goods, as long as you're on the pitch, you produce the goods. You're warrant at least a chance, like you said, warrant a chance. So Kulu's not been great. I agree with that comment. Kulu hasn't been great, but at the end of the day, when you look at who's behind him in the pecking order, you got Lucas, you got Danjuma, you got Richarlison. There's not really much competition for Kulusevski, and there's rumours that he might not even stay. I don't know. Now there's talking that he could be leaving Spurs. I mean that's another conversation to be had if that doesn't happen. But right now, I still would stick with those 3 players: Son, Kulu, and Kane. I would always start every game to the end of the season with those 3 because they are miles better. They may not be in the greatest of forms, but they're still far better footballers than the other players that are currently waiting on the sidelines to come on, in my opinion, guys.
To your point, Iggy, the biggest problem we've had, and everyone said this, you can see it from a mile away, even for people that, don't tactically know about football, you can see the massive disconnect between Højbjerg and Skip and the front 3. I mean, everything was going as usual. All they tried to do is try and go sideways and then up the line. And it pains
They're
me
cooked.
that
They're cooked.
you can't. I mean,
They're
I
cooked.
was watching Son's 100 goals or something like that the other day on YouTube, and the majority of that was the Ericsson, Kane, Son, and Dele era, right? And that just having Ericsson there made so many of those goals, and how anyone in that club can't see that that's a massive point that we're missing is beyond me. They literally must not know football. It's so obvious, yet they do absolutely nothing to try and fix that issue. It's such a disconnect between the midfield and the front. And the problem is that the midfield don't know what to do. They don't know whether they should. I mean, you saw Skippy in the first half. At some points, he was our furthest player forward, and he was trying, but then.
And then
isn't that
he
with
was
also,
taken
so
off.
frustrating.
Isn't that also with a lot of the managerial changes though? Because that's not really, that creative midfielder type player is not really up Conte Street, is it?
No, but
his things are the wing backs and stuff, right? So
even
hence
a
not pushing.
creative player, any creative player who is worth a penny will create things. We've got nothing. Even if they don't work in that system, we've got absolutely nothing. We've got no creativity whatsoever, apart from maybe Bentancur. But
he's
which
the
I will
biggest
say,
loss in that midfield.
Great to see him back on the bike on the Tottenham video on YouTube the other day. Great to see him back with the boys, but I mean that if we don't sort that out and a central defender in the summer, we're going to be no different next season than we are this season.
If we sign players without the manager being in place, we're going to be in trouble. I just want to quickly give a shout out to the 300 people watching, guys. Honestly, I'm gobsmacked. We've had to start the channel over again. It took us maybe up to 9,000 subscribers to get 300 live. To do it with 2,500 subscribers is phenomenal. All I can say is thank you. Appreciate it. We'll keep making our content. We're not going anywhere. Please like, subscribe. Also follow all the other guys. And for those of you in the chat that are saying to me, but Nunes has scored more than Richarlison. Guys, I think they're both crap. If I'm honest with you, I don't rate either of them. And the fact that Nunes has had more game time is probably why he's got more goals. They're both not good in my opinion. Neither of them are worth more than 35 million. Neither. That's my view.
Nunes has got a better man bun. That's it.
He's got better hair. He's got a better haircut.
You must imitate that shit.
Listen, I just want to bring up.
The thing is, with Nunes, he's played. This is his first season in a Prem. Richarlison's had a few more years in a Prem, so that's the only thing I would say for Nunes.
Yep, it's his first season and all that.
Yeah, but Nunes gets to play
so
on the clock.
That for me,
Richarlison's coming on for Mason and Stellini. I mean,
yeah, but this Liverpool team is in the Liverpool
this Tottenham team's any good?
You can't say this is an off season for Tottenham. You can't say this is an off season. We're going to be back like next season. We can say that about Chelsea and Liverpool. They'll probably be back next season. Will we?
I wouldn't be surprised if Nunes scored a hat-trick against Tottenham, because at the end of the day, Solanke scored his first away goal for Bournemouth against Tottenham, and Udara scored his first ever goal for Bournemouth against us. So I wouldn't be surprised if Nunes got a hat-trick. I want to bring up something. Right? Why do you think the mindset of our fan base? Okay.
Wait, you said I want to bring up something, and then you looked down, and I was getting a bit worried.
So I've got notes for the show. For the show.
No, you was looking down. He said, "I want to bring up something." It just made me laugh.
Right. That's because you watch too much Pornhub. That's you need to. What's it called? OnlyFans.
No comment.
Get that out of my mind.
This guy here has been at the club for 2 months, and he's coming under abuse. This guy here has been at the club for almost 6 years, and he's come under intense abuse.
Wow.
23 years. 23 years this man has been here. Where is the same abuse? Not that I'm saying to abuse him. I'm just asking. If you're comfortable after
Do you
2
know what?
months, if you're comfortable after 6 years, after 23, can someone please explain
Do
this
you know
to me?
what? Do you know what, Stel? That's the first thing I thought when I was reading all these headlines about abusing Porro and him switching off his social media accounts and having such a go at
Instagram, yeah,
Sanchez
Pedro
and
Porro.
stuff like that. Yeah. So the first thing I thought was, why or how are these fans not directing? If they're so frustrated, I understand a couple of mistakes, and I understand, as Iggy was saying, going after Sanchez and his performance and stuff. But why is it not channeled towards the board? That's the first question that came up into my mind as well, because I don't get it. You know, is it just because we've got a nice shiny stadium and we've got beer flowing from the bottom of a glass? I don't. You know, are these two little things, or kind of like things like that? Are some of the
Listen,
fans as easy to please as that? But obviously not as easy to please, because they can quite easily go and criticize players and have a go at them and stuff like that. But I don't understand how they fail to see that it all stems from the top.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah. Just to elaborate
What
JP
I
said
always get,
is-
what in my answers,
Go on, Iggy.
That's right. He's paused. Go on.
no, all
No,
I was
that's
going to
it.
say is that some of the conversations I had on Saturday. Is it paused? Am I here? Can you
No,
hear
you're
me?
here.
all right?
You're here. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you keep cutting
All
in
I
and
was-
out. Iggy.
Some of the conversations.
Yes, we can hear you.
Let
Iggy, we
Ratish
can hear
speak.
you. You're fine. You're fine.
Go on,
Can you hear
Ratish.
or not? Right.
Iggy, go out.
All I was going to
No, you're
say
back.
is
You're back. You're back. Yeah. Ratish, you go. Iggy, jump out, come back.
all I was going to
Ratish, you go.
say, and hopefully I
Iggy,
will
you
get
keep
to
cutting
finish.
out. You keep cutting out.
Yeah, I was going to say, just to add on what JP said is spot on, because the problem we have at Spurs, there always has to be a scapegoat. Like, there has to be someone that has to fall on their sword. Like, Davinson Sanchez is the prime example from the weekend, and also Pedro
Sissoko
Porro
used to be it before, right? Like Sissoko was the person before that got all the crap.
Exactly, and also Pedro Porro just deactivated his Instagram account in the aftermath of the Bournemouth game. This is the problem. Why is the chairman keep getting away with? Why is he getting so much preferential treatment from our fan base? That's what I'm trying to ask this particular question. Is it because of the new stadium? Is it because they're getting best food, things like that? Like, you have to start directing the energy towards upstairs rather than individual players. Now, there's a line that's being crossed to say, you know what, that's unacceptable. Abuse, whether it's personal, racial towards certain players, that's out of line. Completely out of order. You can criticize them if they have a poor game where it's due, and that's about it really, because it makes absolutely no sense that the chairman's been at the club for 23 years, essentially nearly a quarter of a century, and yet the fans just like they're so. When I came on this podcast back on Boxing Day, I think you remember still, I said along the lines of protecting the brand. I.e. podcasters.
Nunes scored.
I saw that 6-1. Oh man, Nunes. Yeah,
I'm a
Nunes.
minute behind. You spoiled it for
hold
me.
on. Let's getting VAR.
Oh yeah, he's offside.
He's offside.
How's your luck?
I haven't seen VAR yet.
How's your luck?
Oh my word!
It's not luck. He's shit. So's Richarlison.
Oh
They're
no.
both rubbish.
No, I think they've given it.
Nunes is better. Listen, Nunes is better than Richarlison, right? But I don't rate either of them. I don't think either of them are good enough. But anyway, sorry, Ratish, go on.
Yeah, he's on.
No, that's all right. I've just, I mean, yeah.
They scored.
I mean, as I was saying, that this is the thing. Like Daniel Levy's been at the club, and what I'm getting sick and tired of is some people. No name. Not going to name names, but they're asking Levy what's the direction, what's the plan for his football club. That's all well and good asking those questions, but why you're not doing something about it actively, like in terms of stepping out your comfort zone and just get involved, like protesting. If you want,
I think I know what you're talking about.
yeah. Like if you want changes at our football club that badly, just get involved in protest or do something. Like don't go to games. Like don't buy any merchandise. Like just hit them where it hurts financially, because I think the Man United game on I think that's televised on the 27th. Like that's on the Thursday night. We'll see how that plays out in terms of attendance. Like, are they going to go? Is there going to be empty seats? Because the more empty seats there is, the more notice that the board is starting to take. That's the way I see it.
I think Rathish, the Newcastle result will determine a lot in terms of attendance for the Man United game.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Just got a quick super chat, then we'll go to JP. Big up Anthony THFC. Thank you for your super chat. Guys, tell me how any manager can build a team when we are looking to extend players' contracts who are part of the problem and also looking to buy players before they come in. Impossible job. Anthony, there's not one person on this panel that will disagree with that. I don't think a manager can, unless anyone objects. Does anyone object?
Only player's contract that should be discussed right now is Kane. That's it. Yeah. No one else should be even on the table.
Yeah, but the news just came out today that Kane won't discuss his contract until there's a new manager placed in, until the new manager talks have taken place. So it just makes sense at the moment. I think he's doing the right thing.
I think before you go to JP, I've got a really good analogy that's just coming to my head about Tottenham. And before I forget it, I'm just going to throw this out there, right? So this is the way that but some of the Tottenham fans are acting like customers rather than fans, right? So it's like you open a 5-star Michelin restaurant, right? And you get a top chef in. Your customers walk through the door and the food's crap. And the customers all moan about the chef because he's putting his food out and it's all crap. But what they don't see is the manager behind the scenes who's basically buying dodgy veg off of Larry down Camden Market and expecting the head chef to make a 5-star meal. That's what it's like. We're only attacking, or the fans are only attacking what they've got access to. And in that scenario, it's the chef. And in our scenario, it's the players. Or that they won't attack Levy because they don't know what goes on behind the scenes. They're not invested enough to find out the true facts of the matter. That's the problem.
Yeah, but you can't be. That's what I don't understand. Like, you can't be that daft to not know it by now, right? It's 22 fucking years. Right? Do you know what I mean? It's like 22 years of it.
There are a lot of people that just don't go into that level of detail. They really aren't. They just go to watch the football. They enjoy their 90 minutes, and then they just bugger off.
Yeah, I think
JP.
I mean, even to the point.
JP.
Sorry, just really quickly. Yeah, go on. What?
I was going to ask you, have you seen the interview that I did with Nick, a Spurs fan who's been coming since 1969? He's not Levy out, Enoch out, but he's not Levy and Enoch in. He's somewhere in the middle, right? And I interviewed him for about 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. Have you seen what he said?
I should say yes because it's on our channel, but no.
So just say you've been on holiday and you've not been engaged in anything on the channel. Right? Basically,
I've been on the beach and there's no internet.
He that's it. There you go. He said that when you look at the stadium and what they've done for us, like off the field where they've elevated us financially in the stadium and these things. And I said to him, look, I don't disagree. But when it comes on the field, that's where his disappointment lies. And that's why he's kind of torn. And I think most fans, that's where they are. They cannot knock what they've done off the field. It's probably the best we've ever seen in this club's history. But on the field, we're witnessing some of the most diabolical nonsense and the most idiotic football decisions of incompetence levels that beggars belief from so-called intelligent people. And he's kind of in that middle bit.
Which is fair enough, and I do get that, and I do get, like I was saying earlier, you know, the nice bright shiny stadium, and it kind of like puts people in a bit of a rabbits in the headlights that situation. But I mean, from my perspective and my perspective only, I'm a football fan. I'm a follower of that football club. I want to see. I go to see sport. I go to see us win. I want us to win. I want us to be able to be achieving trophies. I want that whole thing about, oh, there's a trophy cabinet full of cobwebs. I don't want to hear all that shit anymore. That's what I want, right? That's what you want going forward. I appreciate the whole, it's really nice to play in a shiny stadium, but I would have quite easily have stayed at White Hart Lane if it meant our old White Hart Lane, if it meant us winning a couple of trophies and elevating us that way.
I think that's where it's been used as a narrative, like this whole stadium and all that. It's been given as like a more of a future long-term project. So like, okay, now we are having a stadium, then we'll earn money. In the years to come, we'll be spending big. And that's the narrative. A lot of YouTube channels also use that. Like, oh, now you are like self-dependent. You don't have to rely on others. You don't have to rely on all these things. And in 4 or 5 more years we'll be spending like big, like what Man City does, because of the stadium and the events that we are holding. And it's just not going to work, because like in 22, 23 years, if we couldn't have a proper footballing structure, you don't see a footballing project in there, then how it's going to work right now, even if it's a long-term thing in years to come. Like, we are not making the right choices if given the money that we have. Like, that's another thing, that you don't always need big money to spend in order to gain big. So this whole stadium nonsense, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you just need money from the stadium in few more years to be capable to win trophies and to win titles. I don't think so. That's It's just a money issue. You need a good scouting network. We are, I think, one of the worst teams actually in terms of our investment in the scouting network even. So like, if you don't have that sort of structure from the place, or the only structure you have is how to make money, how to have events at the stadium, then it's not going to work, I think, in my opinion.
Can I be honest with you, Elias? The scouting network, the scouting network is not as bad as what you think. The scouting network actually isn't too bad. The issue is the criteria that the scouts have to follow, the criteria that's put on them, and that's where we have issues. And then when we do identify some good players that we need to invest a bit of money in, quite often we won't do it. We seem to do it on players where the wages match what we want, as opposed to what the player criteria matches what we want. And also, we not normally, but we tend to go for players with longevity in terms of resale value. So the criteria, whereas you see someone like Pep, I need that player. Okay. I need that player. Same with Ten Hag. Ten Hag's getting the same. I need that player. He got it. I need that player. He got it. We don't. I think people like Hitchin got unfairly treated. He got the Skriniar deal done. But then when Levy comes in to finalise it, it goes to shit, because
it's the same with Mane, wasn't it?
Wages.
Mane
and
was
then
the same as
Bruno
well,
was another one as well.
Brought him to the club, sat down with Levy, and then he started haggling about wages, and then he ran away, went off to Liverpool.
Our wage structure is also one of the worst. Our wage structure is one of the worst one, I think, in the league as well. Like, our best player, Harry Kane, he earned like 250k. That's just a joke, in my opinion.
Wow. I think the problem is like, if he earned more, then you'd have to, like, Dyer would want more, and everyone else would go banging on his door, right? I think the other thing still I would say also is that on this whole, kind of in a way, I feel like what kind of like Jose Mourinho said. I feel misled. Don't worry, we'll have you a nice brand new shiny stadium, and we'll hold all these concerts and different sporting attractions, and the money will get regenerated. When's that going to happen?
Well,
that's the same as Conte waiting for Guardiola.
Well, JP, you bring up Mourinho. let me tell you something. Mourinho
Tell me.
and Conte are both regarded of two of the best managers in world football for being defensive within a counter-attacking play. Okay.
Yep.
So they're renowned. They're renowned as being pragmatic managers that can play attacking football as long as you give them that solid defense. You've got to give them. Let me bring in Mari quickly. You've got to give not Levy, Mourinho and Conte. You've got to give them a solid defense. Between the two of them, between Conte and Mourinho, we know what their football's like. We know what the foundations and the pillars of what they are. Between two of them, only one centre-back was signed. Joe Rodon. What does that tell you?
And that's another thing.
What does that tell you? Romero came under Nuno. Nuno, right?
Another thing is like the frustration that people have with the style of football. Conte style of football shit. It's boring. Blah 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 blah. But our leader went and bought him, right? There must have been some due diligence done in terms of the style of football he is, or did he just go out on a whim and go, "Oh, let's just go and get Conte for a couple of seasons"?
Do you think though? Do you think that we've actually seen Conte's style of football? Because I don't think we have.
No,
I don't think we've seen his style of football with the because I don't think we've seen it. So we can't judge on what the football would have been like without Conte's team. All we can judge is that he's doing the best that he can. We know that he ain't got the right players with what he's got, and that's what we're sort of benchmarking him on. But I think that's unfair because that's not. He hasn't been given everything he needs to play his style of football. So it could have been completely different. If we give him all the players in the summer, we could be talking about free-flowing football, but we can't. We're literally, playing a team of a bunch of Asian rodents.
Well, if you look at his Inter Milan team, I went and watched back lots and lots and lots of videos. I tell you what, they did not play boring football. And people that say that, I'm sorry, I think you're lying. I think you're just lying. Their football was good, but they had fantastic players. They had a much better squad. There's no doubt they had a better squad.
Now I'll say this because ESPN FC. I was looking on Twitter. They posted something about Simeone. The other day, I was watching a program about that trouble-winning Inter Milan team because our fan base apparently thinks that you have to play attractive football leads into trophies or leads into success. I'm looking at those teams, and I remember that Inter trouble-winning team, like a well-oiled machine, dominated one of the greatest teams I've ever seen in Barcelona, right? Stopping them from repeating. Then look at Atletico Madrid's success in the prime heyday of Barcelona and Real Madrid, being able to win the league twice, getting to the Champions League final. Would I love champagne football? Yes, but pragmatic defensive football being done right can be successful. It's been done and it's been successful. Not everybody has, champagne football, and so it just baffled my mind that people would rather have attacking football than winning football. For me, I want winning football. If it's attacking football, great. But if it's going to be, okay, we're playing pretty football next year. I don't know how we're going to play pretty football next year, but we're not winning games, I'm going to be pissed off. I'm going to be disappointed. I want to see winning football. Just plain and simple. Winning football.
I agree, Maury. We need. Do you know what? Actually, this is a difficult one because this is where a lot of fans are divided. Because the football's been so bad for 5 years, what fans want as a starting point is good football first, and I hope that will lead to winning football. Because the problem is, for us to have winning football, we need winning players, and unless people aren't prepared to get Levy out of this club and Enoch out, we're not going to get that. I've got a quick super chat from Jory. Big up, Jory. Thanks for watching the show, my man. Illogical Levy in fans want easy scapegoats, managers, players, and their and they are stupidly proud of a stadium, so they won't boo the builder. Do you know what? It's true. And I was saying this before. I don't know if you're listening, Jory. There are fans, because of what's happened off the field, it's almost like they've given a free pass to what's going on the field, even though what's on the field is what's making them upset. And I think the question that I would ask, and to go on to what Mari said, because Mari's talking about winning football, right? Why do you support Tottenham? Is it for on the field or off the field? Surely it's on the field, right?
Yep.
All of us.
Unless anyone is just proud of the stadium and the training ground and the new sponsorship deals. I don't know.
I mean, I'm really happy we've got a skywalk, and I'm really happy that we can hold functions there. And I would say it's probably one of the smartest moves, because the old style football stadiums, literally it's used once every 2 weeks, right? And it's virtually a big, massive, empty hole for
But see,
13 days, whatever it is, like 12 days, right? So the fact that you can use it and utilize it, fantastic. It's a great way of going forward and stepping forward. But the revenue from that is not being reused. I think that's the biggest frustration.
can you go back to that statement? Right? You go back to the previous one, but that's a Liverpool.
I think the Jory one. He's referring to the one that Jory made.
No, the winning football, Liverpool, Barcelona, i.e. No, I get that. I get that. Winning football, Liverpool, Man City, Barcelona, and Real Madrid. But those clubs don't win it all the time. You have teams that actually break that mold and they play pragmatic football.
Atletico.
It's Milan.
Atletico Madrid, yeah.
Atletico Madrid. There's been clubs who have broken that mold. It says, hey, you know what? We're going to do these things. We're going to do it well. The Italian teams, they've won with strong defense. Defensive first. They have some offensive players, but the Italians won a lot of Champions League, right? AC Milan won 7. Inter with 3. Juventus of what?
Yeah.
They focus on defense. Won World Cups. So it's not always pretty champagne football that always wins. You have to, if you're going to play that type of football, you have to fully back it. You have to have the players. You have to have the system. You have to have a well-oiled machine to be able to win with that football. So, it really, it's whatever your ethos, right? Ajax has their ethos. They believe what they believe, the type of football they should play to find success. Bayern has that ethos. Atletico has that ethos. For our club, we don't know what we want to do. That's why we have so many coaching candidates. We don't know what kind of club that we want to be, right? We say we want to be attacking pretty football, right? Daniel Levy said in an interview that that's our DNA, but he hires win now managers who don't fit the DNA. He hired Nuno, who clearly didn't meet that standard.
Maury, Leicester City won the league with less than 35% possession on average for the season. And
exactly.
And to the same person that talks about attractive football, you also say the game is about glory, not boring people to death. Where's the glory? 23 years. Where's the glory? We had Harry Redknapp, Pochettino playing attacking football. Where is the glory? So what you're saying doesn't add up. I personally think what fans want is this. Because I'm the same. I want attractive football and I want success. I want both. But here's the problem. To get that, you need a manager that plays that style. You need a manager that can win trophies. You need a manager that only has his players and gets to work with his players that suit his system, not club signings, not director of football signings. And you are going to need patience. And this is the most important thing, patience. Spurs fans like Blue Mountain, they talk this big game. They talk this big, bold vision. A lot of them do it. I want a big reset. I want us to have the academy and the
But they don't have
first
the
team
patience.
all united as one. Right. That's brilliant. Great. I love it. Sounds awesome. Are you going to sit there when it's looking like shit, when we go through 2-3 years of mess to get there, when we finish 8th, 9th, 10th, while the competition we're up against is strengthening each year? Are you going to say the same thing when the shit hits the fan? Because Arsenal fans, they went parabolic in Arteta's second season when they finished 8th again. And Spurs fans, when we don't win trophies for 2-3 years in the process, and the football is very disjointed because it's not, we're in the build phase, you're not going to see the results and the rewards from the academy if you reset the academy for 10 years. And by the way, you can't develop a style of playing academy. It's about developing individual players. Messi's an individual. Ronaldo's an individual. Gareth Bale's an individual. They can play in any system in any team. That's what you want to develop. Just thought I'd put it out there. We can debate that. But I want to know if Spurs fans have got the patience for what they're asking for, because I don't think they do. I think they're just talking out of anger. And I don't think Daniel Levy has even got close to the patience required. As soon as we don't get top 4, I think he shits himself, especially with the debt that needs to be paid off. I mean, where are you guys with it? That's my view in terms of what I think fans want, and the reality of getting that, I don't think is possible with this ownership.
I think we need to look at football from that bigger lens, like what you just described. Like, let's say if you are beginning to see a philosophy, if you are starting to see a proper structure, if you are beginning to see a proper improvement, like every season you're improving, you are getting, like, let's say, even if it's a younger player, you're not going to get like a Champions League spots, you're not going even to Europa League, but yeah, you are building a squad that looks like in a shape. I think that's where fans should be patient. But I agree with you. I think our fan base would firstly not understand that yes, there is that improvement work happening in this club. They would actually start crying, like what they did with Conte, what they did with Mourinho, what they did with Nuno. They will start crying there, and they would never ever understand things from the footballing point of view, that yes, it's actually going towards a philosophy. We are forming at least some form of a structure. We would not realize that, and again we'll throw a manager under the bus and it will happen again. So our fan base definitely doesn't have patience for a rebuild or a project.
Doesn't it just go to show as well? I think we've said this many times on this show. The fans asking for a complete rebuild and stuff like that. I think most of us are of the opinion that the team doesn't need a complete rebuild. We are about 50% there. We just need Levy to step aside and let a manager come in to say, right, this is what I'm going to say. These players work in these positions for me. This is what I need. A, B, C, D. Go and get it for me. And that's where it all disjointed, because no manager has that. No manager has that. What manager? I'm going to say it again. They're not managers. They're coaches. It's as simple as that. Levy handles all of that, and that's the whole disconnect. I don't think we're far away from a good enough team to challenge for something, whether it be domestic trophies or something. But Levy just needs to get to the point where he just cuts the crap and gets rid of what we needs to get rid of, and just put his hand in his pocket and buy some players that work in those positions. As simple
Bang
as
on.
that.
But even you say we're 50% away from winning, we don't even know who's the manager. So it might be, he might say, you know what, I want to play 4 at the back, so we have to go get a right back. So it could be more than 50% now. So the fact that we don't have a manager.
Right. But you don't know. You're assuming that Porro can't play in the back 4.
No, he can't.
We've only seen him play in
No.
whatever.
I've seen him with
Spain.
Spain.
Be able to do it.
No, I've seen him with Spain. He can't. He literally can't play.
Well, to be fair, after Saturday, it don't look like he's playing the back 3 either, because he was absolutely terrible in defence.
Exactly.
I'll give him his due. His crossing ability is fantastic. When he's on fire, he puts some fantastic balls in the box, especially when it likes the Kane and that in there. That that's going to become fruitful. But down the other end,
what's going to need for Porro, and I'll give credit to that person because I saw the show and they were bang on about it, is that we need to get to a point where our wing backs are going to have to next year. I mean, to my knowledge, Udoji is okay defensively, but those left back and the right backs have to spring forward, and we're going to need a proper 6, a proper defensive midfielder to be in the middle with Romero and hopefully another new center back. Here, Langley, they're doing a deal for 14 million, and I'm like, no. But we need a proper six, a proper Victor Wanyama to protect those two back there if we're going to play a back four next year, depending on who comes in as our manager. That's the only way that we can be like, okay, Poro, go advance forward. We got it back here. That's the only way. And right now, on our wish list, we're not hearing about any six. We're not hearing about a true defensive midfielder, a DM. So, I mean, that's the only way I can see where I wouldn't worry about Poro as much if we could get a true number six to be in there, like a Casemiro, to kind of, protect our center backs.
Guys, sorry, I just missed a super chat here. Elias, let me just quickly read this and I'll come to you. Auntie says, did you know that Levy's brother-in-law is part of the coaching staff for the past 7 years? Levy's spy. No wonder we're having internal problems. I believe he's not coaching staff. I think he's involved with security or something. Could be wrong. But yeah, of course, Levy's got eyes and ears everywhere. And you know what? To be fair, most businessmen should have eyes and ears everywhere. I don't mind if he's got eyes and ears, as long as he doesn't interfere.
Yep.
As long as you don't interfere. That's all I care about. But sorry, Lars. Yeah, carry on, mate.
Yeah, no, I was saying actually, I agree with the point that actually Lee just made, and I feel that, let's just say, take the example of Liverpool, for instance. Trent Alexander-Arnold, he's not that great defensively as well. He has the defensive liabilities as well, like what Porro has. And I think Porro, to a certain extent, he is in a way better than Trent in his defense. Like I'm not a fan of Trent's defense as well. But what Liverpool has is they have solid centre backs to go for him, and they have a defensive mid like what Mari is pointing out, so like Fabinho, who can drop in deep as well if he needs to go for him. If we bring in players like that, then maybe yes, you can play Porro in a back four. But until Daniel Levy signed that, no, I don't think Porro can play in a back four. It will look awful like what it looked like on the weekend.
Yeah, but Elias, you say that, but when you watch Trent, the way he crosses the ball, the way he bounces forward, it's okay if he's shit defensive. For me, it doesn't matter because he brought championships. But when I watch Porro, he doesn't help offensively and he doesn't help defensively. So I don't know what he's good at the moment.
Do you know what makes me laugh with Trent Alexander? Do you know what makes me laugh with Trent? I heard someone say, and I question this person's footballing intellect. They said, if Jurgen Klopp was a good enough coach, an elite coach, why hasn't he coached Trent to be a better defender? I wish I was there to answer it, because my response would have been, he's coached Trent to win the Champions League, the Premier League, the Carabao Cup, the FA Cup, and the Super Cup. You don't need to coach him to do something when you've coached him to do something that's led to those 5 trophies. I just think it's crazy when people go in on Trent. If he's not a good defender, if he's not good at defending, there's a saying in life, right? If you're really good with your right hand, but your left hand is weaker, let's say for writing or punching, whatever, there's only so much you can improve the weakness. Just make sure your strength is the best out there. So if you're fantastic at dribbling, but you're not so good at passing, work on your passing, but become the best dribbler in the world to compensate. And I think that's what's happened with Trent. But fuck it. He's won 5 trophies. Let's have a go at Trent. Makes perfect sense. I get it. You know,
Gents,
the guy's a top player. The guy's a top player.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not having a go at Trent. I was just giving an example.
So,
no, Elias, I'm not calling you out. It's something I heard someone else say, and I thought, my God, you're so naive.
Romero, when he signed, we were in the Champions League, right?
We were in the Champions League. Yes, we were.
No.
Nuno, yeah.
Was it the first under Nuno? Yeah, Conference League. Yeah.
Oh no, he came under Nuno. Yeah, Conference League.
Yeah.
So we're in the Conference League. Okay.
Yeah, I give him credit for signing with us because he said, "Oh, I like the vision of the team." I was like, "Well, we don't have a vision," and he,
I'd like to see whatever that was he was giving with that vision.
Maury, he joined because it was a bigger payday, and he only cared about like the lifestyle. He doesn't care about us. Do not say like it's all about the money, man.
How do you, Dietrich, how do you know that? How do you know
Because
that?
Bro, it's like that with every footballer. When they go to a shit team like us and they say, "Oh, I like the vision," that's just a load of bullshit.
But he
He's
could have.
paying
But
for the money.
Spurs bigger than Atalanta. Spurs
But
is
he
bigger
could
than
have gone
Atalanta.
to Barcelona.
No, but if City came for him and put a bid, would you
They didn't.
choose between City or Spurs? No, I'm saying
Barcelona-
if.
They didn't.
Barcelona.
didn't.
No, but if. No, but if.
Barcelona did.
Barcelona never had the money.
If any player, Barcelona or Tottenham come in, let me bring in Ashmate quickly, big up Ashmate. If any player was scouted by Barcelona and Tottenham, if that player had brains, they would go to Barcelona. If any top club and Tottenham went into a battle, you're going to that top club, surely, Dietrich.
I'm saying, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if he joins Spurs, he
That's my
doesn't care about us.
He turned down waiting for Barcelona. That's what apparently Messi was mad because he wanted Romero at Barcelona, but Barcelona was taking time getting up the money, you know, to offer to Romero, and then Romero said, "You know what? I'm sold. I'm going to Spurs." With Nuno just being named as coach, I was just like, "Wow!" I was like, "That's." I mean, you wouldn't find that. I mean, people were mad that Kunde turned us down, but I don't blame Kunde. Kunde's like, why would I want to go to a Nuno-led team, you know, a team that's not in Champions League, you know? And so I still got to give a big up to Romero, but I just think, honestly, with Romero, because, you know, I've been very objectionable because people say, okay, well, you know, you're a big Argentine supporter and stuff like that, you know, so you love everything Argentine. Romero has regressed, but there are so many factors for that reason. And the big reason is when you're playing with talent that you don't respect, because it's night and day. I mean, because I watch every Argentine national team game, and I see him still aggressive, but comfortable aggressive. Because he has Otamendi, he has Martinez, he has people around him that will cover him. Whereas he is sometimes starting the counterattack. He's trying hard. He's up there trying to score. So he's dealing with all this pressure, and he's not handling it well because he's making rash.
Let me ask everyone a question. If this was Pochettino's Tottenham with Moussa Dembele, Wanyama, and Eriksen as our midfield three, yeah, the Moose, Victor the Machine, Eriksen, one of the best creators at the time in the league, Son and Kane, Dele in his prime, Danny Rose, Carl Walker, Lloris in his prime, Vertonghen, and Toby. That team, are you telling me Romero is going to be the same player we're seeing now if he was in that team?
Nope.
I think we see a very different Romero. I think we see a very different Romero.
You see a different
Romero. But he wouldn't make the team. He wouldn't make the team. So...
No, he'll be on rotation on that team. He'll be on rotation on that team.
Yeah, but he wouldn't start.
My point is, Dietrich.
That's what he has. Rotation.
Dietrich, my point is, when Toby or Vertonghen were injured or suspended, and in came Dyer, in came who do we have back then? Dyer,
Sanchez.
I don't know.
Sanchez came in.
Sanchez,
right?
yeah.
You see the drop off. If Romero came in, I bet you there's no drop off in that.
There's no drop off. Yeah.
No, for me, the only time I criticize him was, do you remember towards the end against Bournemouth when he tried to do Ronaldo chop, and then he lost the ball like stupidly? It's just stuff like that. I just don't understand why he does that.
They're all doing dumb shit. They're all doing dumb shit right now.
No, but him.
Charlison's missing headers from 6 yards out, man. They're all doing dumb shit.
No, I agree, but I look at him as like, you're a quality player and you do those dumb shit. I don't understand it.
That for me,
why?
Sorry to cut.
It's a cancer. It's a cancer. I'm telling you.
Right,
It's
to cut him, guys. Let me just cut him real quick. Basically, Spurs' issue is, since losing Bentancur, we don't have a technical midfielder who wants the ball. So when we're playing out through that kind of, when we're in that free and we're playing out from the back and you give it to Porro. So when Sanchez underhit the pass into Porro, he hit it into his left foot, and then Porro's trying to get it back onto his right. And then because it's on his right, 2 to 3 players were able to close on him. Now, I'm not bigging up Emerson, but I'm just saying, normally what would happen, if the ball comes into a player, you could bounce that ball back. It goes into a defender, for example, Romero, but then a Bentancur is there as well to help that transition out of that back line, if that makes sense. And what Stel was saying was when you have like a Musa Dembele and an Ericsson, because what Ericsson used to do as well, he used to drop in a hole with Dembele and he used to fire those passes. And when you've got more technical players alongside your fullbacks, your centre backs, you can actually play out from the back, because sometimes not every player is technically as good as you. So you might say, look, mate, here's an option. I'm going to create an angle, give it to me. So you make little passing lanes, what people call patterns of play. And then you're able to move up the pitch with that. And what Stel was saying with, if Romero was in that side, you'll probably play a lot better, like you see with Argentina, because like Brighton, you see, what's his face? What's Brighton's player that plays for Argentina? I forget his name. McAllister. What he does for Brighton and what he does for Argentina, he drops back. He plays an attacking midfielder, but sometimes he plays up front. But what he does is he drops into the midfield and he offers another passing lane for one of those defenders. So for Brighton, it might be Gross, or it might be Veltman, or it might be even Dunk. He offers that passing lane for him and he creates an angle. So it's a similar thing with Romero. Romero's not going to do those bad decision makings because he's got technical players he can trust. And that's what it's all about as well. It's all about trust. And then if the player's better than you as well, and they're playing alongside of you, they're going to expect more than you, and they're going to raise your game. Like anything. Like if anyone's in this panel and they've got more knowledge, they're going to raise the level of the podcast, if that makes sense. And that's how I see it when it comes to players like Romero. I do agree. What he did was
what
a madness.
Trying to say, mate? The levels of this podcast.
No shots, brother. No. I ain't coming in like that. I'm just saying. Don't do that. You know what you're doing. Don't do that. We have a multi-talented superstar podcast, international.
Okay.
Levels.
Okay.
But
no, Asthmatic, he's a fraud. He's a fraud. Just saying.
No, you are the one who doesn't honor your bet.
I get with Coro what you're saying. I understand what you're saying with Romero, but it just like certain components we are missing that kind of like we need more Bentancurs basically. When I saw
well, actually, we've got no link between the four. This is what I was saying earlier before you come on. We've got no link between the defence or the midfield and the attack. We've got no one moving into the middle of the field to take those passes. It all goes sideways. And it all goes sideways and up the fucking.
For me, Højbjerg shouldn't have been in that hole because Højbjerg does this thing where he just points and does all of that. Yeah, I need someone that wants the ball, that's comfortable on the ball, and that's able to take that ball forward, a bit like Bentancur. But I would have preferred, because it looked like a diamond to me. Højbjerg wasn't always square with Skip. Skip looked like the furthest forward, and I thought it should have been the other way around. Even though Skip's got a bit more legs, I've seen Højbjerg in the free for Denmark, and I've seen him play like balls where he splits defenses, etc., gets forward, But not only that, at the beginning of the season, if you guys remember, before Bentancur got into form, Højbjerg was slightly more forward. He was scoring goals, he was assisting. So I was disappointed that when we played Bournemouth, he was the furthest back and Skip was the furthest forward, because for me, Skip is good, but not on that level, when he can see a pass. He's more of a person that has higher turnovers, ball over the top, switch of play, kind of combative, kind of intercepts, etc. I just thought that pivot should have been the other way around, because I feel like Højbjerg, yes, he has been a dustman for us, but I think this season especially, further up, I feel like he can be the link. Obviously, we tried to put Kane in that hole because he's the only one you can give the ball to and it sticks to, and then he can find either your Richarlisons or Son or etc. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I just thought I'd put it out there.
No, I think
it could be that
No, it does make
Højbjerg
sense on many grounds.
Yeah, it could be that Højbjerg is thinking that he's the senior out of the two, out of him and Skip, and he has to be the one who sits back and takes control of it. Whereas that's where the manager comes in, right?
Yeah, exactly.
JP, do you know what as well, right? So a quick super chat from VJ who says, thank you, VJ. He says, Romero was a Juve player and they sold him. Thank you for that one, VJ. The other thing as well is sometimes, and I know this is a weird thing to understand, some players excel better in certain partnerships, but they can't quite replicate that partnership. I'll give you an example. When Michael Dawson played next to Ledley King, I thought Michael Dawson was a good centre-back. When Ledley wasn't there, Dawson looked average at times. Exactly. And I think Bentancur really helps Højbjerg's game a lot. And I think as a partnership, it worked for Tottenham. I'm not saying it's elite, but it worked. I'm not sure there's many other partnerships that could potentially work for Højbjerg the way we play. So sometimes it's just about partnerships. A bit like Perisic and Son. It didn't fucking work, man. It just weren't clicking. And I think that's part of the problem we've got as well with Højbjerg at the moment. He's just not in a partnership that works for him.
And it's the same thing from Romero. Romero, he does not have a partnership with Dyer and Emerson for most of the year. It was just basically scrambling, and it's taken his levels down, and it has caused him to be more rash. Because, like I said, it's night and day watching this guy play with quality and without quality, and it's tough. I mean, Virgil van Dijk has to have some sort of quality around him, because if he doesn't have it, he's going to struggle too. And in our back line, it's atrocious. But back 5, back 6, back 4, whatever, it's atrocious. It really is.
Do you know what? It's a real shame Bissouma's fucking injured, because this would have been a perfect chance for him to come in and give it a real crack. And he couldn't have got injured at a worse time. Tommy's coming on. Everyone's coming on tonight. So good. Big up, welcome as well.
Hey man.
I came on just to rant for a little bit, because the last couple of days I've been hearing these ridiculous takes, and I need to shoot them down. So the whole thing about us playing a 4-3-3 with attacking fullbacks. Someone please explain to me the practical difference between a 4-3-3 with attacking fullbacks and a 3-4-3, because there isn't one. Right, in one system you have a defensive midfielder who sits in front of the back two, in basically a slight triangle. Right, that defensive player sitting slightly ahead, almost like a central center back in a 3-4-3. And in a 3-4-3, you have them with the central center back just 5 yards deeper. There is no practical difference. So anybody who says that we need to go buy this amazing defensive midfielder to support and protect our back line, I'm sorry, you don't know tactics. Right? Point number 2. If we can't defend in a 3, that's more defensive cover than a back 2, how are we supposed to therefore be better defensively with only 2 defenders? You're losing defensive cover that way. So someone please explain to me how we can perform better defensively in a back 4 than we can in a back 5. It logically does not make sense. It's only if the fullbacks hold, but we're talking about fullbacks pushing up. We have wingbacks. So if you have defensive fullbacks and you're playing in a 4 line, but if we're talking about playing a four at the back with attacking fullbacks, because we don't have any defensive ones at all now. So unless you go out and buy 2 new fullbacks, a left one and a right-hand side one.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, isn't it?
That's the problem.
The huge problem. But what is the effective difference? If you look at Klopp's Liverpool side, where you have 2 defenders and you have a defensive midfielder who stays deep just on the other side of the halfway line, who is that kind of sweeper player. What's the difference between that and a back 3?
Well,
nothing.
The only reason why I mentioned in number 6 or DM, I said if with Udogie and Pro, if we're gonna have them just attack front, I don't know who's our manager next year.
Right, but I'm saying there's no difference between that and in the formation we're already playing.
Well, I disagree.
Tell me how.
I think there's a big difference. Well,
What's the difference?
Firstly, in a 3, the right centre back, left centre back, the way we play are going to push forward, because you've always got a centre back sitting. There's always a centre back sitting like Dyer. So with a 3 in midfield, okay, he'll come back in the defensive line, but the 2 centre backs never push forward like the 2 centre backs do in a 3. You'll never see a right centre. You never see Davis and
hold on. But what they do
Romero,
is they push forward like you would see a different. What you do is you see one of the 3 will push forward like you would see a defensive midfielder push forward. That's the point.
And the fullbacks will be deeper. I agree. We have a big problem with having aggressive wing backs playing fullback next season, because Udogie is as well. Udogie's only ever played wing back. He's an ultra attacking wing back. Yeah. So we need deeper fullbacks, and you're right, we need defensive fullbacks. I don't know how we're going to do that, because all, as you said, all our fullbacks are aggressive, including Porro.
Yeah. No, so either you get
back when Royale's back, Sessegnon's back.
But we had Victor
But
Wanyamala,
they can't.
Toby, and Jan, and we had Rose and Kyle.
Sessegnon was signed as a left winger. He was a left winger for Fulham. Perisic was a left winger for Inter. There's no way Perisic can play left back. There's absolutely no chance he can play left back.
Perisic is done. He's done. He can't play.
Your only options is Emerson Royale and Ben Davies.
And they're not good
Yep.
enough.
But then
They're
if
not
you want to play that 4 at the back, you do need solid centre backs. Like even with one of them, you
You
can't
need
play
solid
like
center backs, period. Right? This
Yeah.
is the point. You cannot, there is no tactical difference between a holding 6 in front of the back 2 and a back 3. Zero. If the fullbacks or the wingbacks, or whatever you want to call them, are pushing up the pitch and they're attacking in a front 5 in attack and transition, right? There's no difference. There is no difference between Klopp's 4-4-3 and a Conte 3-4-3, practically. Zero.
Would you say the same, Will, about the Zerbi's back 4
Even City's back
versus
Did you?
I can only answer one question at a time.
Oh, sorry,
Asthmatic was, yeah.
Right.
Go ahead, Asthmatic.
Now, would you say that's the same with the Zerbi's? He's got like a back 4, and then he's got 2 midfielders sitting. So essentially, when they play out from the back, I know it's different because they even got the same wing back system as us. They got fullbacks, but they play with 4 and a 2 sitting in front. So essentially, when they're playing out from the back, they have 6 players, which is a numerical advantage against the other team because not many teams will like commit 6 or 7 players forward. So they're able to play out through the back. They kind of invite the team onto teams and then they play out through. Would you say our current system at the moment is similar to like the Zerbi's? Would you compare the two, or would you say
so a Conte back 3, if you will look at the way that they defend and the way that they transition, they defend with a 5 in the back and a 4 in the midfield and a 1 striker. So it's a 5-4-1 in defense, and then it's a 3-2-5 in attack, right? So, but you have the exact same numerical advantage. You have 9 players back in a Conte system, and you have 8 players back in a Zabri system. But the difference is too, like even if you look at Arsenal, the way Arsenal plays, the way the Pep plays, what they do is they'll have one full back who presses forward and attacks, joins the attack. The other one tucks into midfield and they press higher. So they're playing a 3-2-2-3.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And so they're playing a 3 at the back system as well. So all of these people that say that even Pep Guardiola's team, you have a Rodri who sits back and protects the back line. You don't. You have 3 center backs, 1 fullback staying deep, 2 center backs. The right hand or the left hand side of center back pushes into the middle, and you have 2 in the back, 2 in the midfield, and then 3 going forward. So it's still a 3-2-5 attack. It's the exact same. It's the exact same system, right? This is what I'm talking about. Practical tactics, things that work tactically. You have to have quality in those positions, and you have to have the people holding their shape. The problem is we don't hold our shape.
No, it's true, but I don't think it's out the question to have, because I like I said, if we were, it depends who we hire, to have if we believe that Udoji and both Perro are going to advance forward, to have a monster like a Casemiro, to protect the center backs. I don't think that's too far fetched not to have one, because as of now we don't really have anybody that's an enforcer in that midfield that tucks right in the middle, like when we had Victor.
I mean, we do though, right? We have Basuma, and that's the role that Basuma played. Right? Yep. People don't remember that Basuma didn't play an 8 for Brighton.
Yeah, I guess.
Deeper, Basuma. It's a bit deeper. Can I ask you guys a question? Regardless of tactics, the shape in possession, the shape out of possession, which I love. I love all of this because I actually get moaned on some channels because I talk about shape. But anyway, regardless of tactics, the shape of the team, regarding the shape of the team, does it matter when you don't have players that are good enough, right?
No, it doesn't matter.
So the question I'm asking is, does another manager, does De Zerbi, like Ashmatic mentioned, does De Zerbi, Nagelsmann, let's say Poch, with these current players who are fit, not the injured ones, not the ones on loan, the ones available to Stellini and Mason and Conte during their little reign, does anyone come in and get a better tune out of this lot? Or is it a case of, do you know what? Yeah, we'll be a bit more fluid in the attack, but defensively, that's it. We're fucked no matter what. Like, what are we thinking on that? Because we're talking a lot about tactics, but have we got the players to execute the tactics that we're discussing?
Yeah, no. So it doesn't make a difference at all, right? And so the thing that we're missing in the midfield right now, and the reason why that we can't get the ball to the front three, or even to the fullbacks, really, is because we're lacking quality in the midfield. Skip is, I'm sorry, not good enough. He is not Bentancur. He cannot grab the ball, bring it up 5-6 yards, and then play somebody in. He just doesn't have that in him. He has sparks of it, right? You have Højbjerg, who is, he's good at what he does, but he is not a all-around great midfielder. He's not a great dribbler. He can't drive the ball from deep. He has a decent distance pass on him, but he doesn't, he doesn't.
He needs another step. He needs another level. Technically, he's not that guy. So with Højbjerg, like I said before, for me, he's not the best DM, but he's a person that's asked to do a job, and I think he's good at taking on instructions, tactics, etc. A bit like Skip. I think that's why Skip's in the side, because I think he's good at listening to instructions and carrying out the job. And I think that's the reason why he's getting picked above Sarr. So I think that's what it is with Spurs. But it ultimately comes down to who wants the ball, who wants it enough. Do we have the energy? Do we have the intensity? Do we have the fire in the eyes, like Conte was saying? Do you have like the next level to become elite? And I think that's what's missing from Spurs, that next level and that technical ability. So defensively, I don't think that's not our strength at the moment. Our strength has to be up top. And it's just, again, getting the ball to those players for us to hurt teams. So it's just, for some reason, Stellini even said it. He doesn't tell the players to drop off. They naturally do it. Like he said, I'm not telling these players to drop off. For some reason, it's like set to default. I don't know if it's to be in the coaching, if coach them a certain way, or if it's the actual character of these players that make them actually drop off. And that's the reason why we concede so much possession and we concede so much shots, and we end up losing the game because we end up wetting the bed essentially.
It's the character, right? And it's because they're fearful, they're scared. If anybody's coached kids before, when you're playing a team and say you concede 2 or 3 goals quick, right? What happens to the mindset of the kids? They initially just stay back, right? Nobody pushes forward anymore. Nobody makes runs anymore because they're scared they're going to concede again, right? That's exactly what is happening with our players, except they're professionals, right? So instead of relying on the system, right, because systematic play wins matches, the team that holds the system the most, right, is the team that's going to win, period. Right? The one who controls the game through maintaining their system is the team that wins every single time.
For me, it's a thing where sometimes you do need forward-thinking players. As for example, like I saw Skip in advanced areas, and for me, technically, he's not that kind of player where like he will get on the ball and have like pop a shot off. Rarely do I see Skip. I would like to see some stats on that actually. How many shots Skip got?
What did you say? Stats? Did you say stats?
No, because I'm looking at it and I just can't see it. So I know.
We got the stat master right below you, Ashmatic.
All right, Will, if you can bring it up, because I'll be very interested.
Did you say stats?
I watched the game and I just can't see. Even when we deployed him earlier in the season before he got injured, we deployed him as like, I think, an attacking mid in the 3. So I think he was asked to go a bit more forward. I think it was a cup match. I'm not sure if it was Preston North End or Portsmouth, but he was asked to kind of push a lot more forward, and it just didn't suit him. It's just not in his DNA. You know, some players like it's just in them. Like they're just more forward thinking. I'm not saying Richarlison or Danjuma have the quality, but you just see naturally they just want to be higher up the pitch. They just naturally nearer to the goal. Whereas Skip kind of like get to that part of the pitch and he kind of runs out of ideas. It's not his fault. It's just like who he is. It's just characteristics as a player or his profile as a player. And sometimes, like the reason why we chucked on so many attacking players is because, and I've noticed this with Spurs, when we're goal down, if we're a goal down and we're 2 goals down and we're chasing a game, that's when you'll see the attacking changes, and that's when you'll see us bring on more like attacking players. In my opinion, from what I can see, I could be wrong.
So no, as far as the amount of shots that he takes, it's extremely low, right? He ranks in the 16th percentile in the top 5 leagues in Europe this season, right? So he only averages maybe half a shot a game.
I mean,
so he definitely doesn't take shots.
He's a recycler of the ball, isn't he? He's a recycler of the ball. That's how he's employed. That's his job. That's his role. A little bit like Winks used to be honest with you. He's not the most exciting. Those players are never the most exciting. They're supposed to shadow attacking players. They don't always win the ball. They shadow attacking players into mistakes, recycle the ball, and they do play sideways a lot. They do make a lot of sideways passes. They're never going to be in the final third taking shots.
But I
so
think
it doesn't surprise me that they're in the lower percentile.
I think
there's no way Skip is going to be a Cam. Not in any universe.
No way.
Going to be a Cam.
But I think Ashmatic's point is Skip is the one who's going to be going forward, and all he does is recycle the ball. We never have an attack.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Out of the two,
centre mids are defensive minded completely. Even Bentancur for Juventus was defensive minded, but we had to find someone to create, and he was still relatively good at that because Bentancur is a fantastic player. So he's our most creative centre mid. Well, he's not now; he's injured, and that's a problem because even for Juventus, he played behind the halfway line.
Yep.
And
So
I think
he's our most attacking, which is it's crazy.
I think just to add to that, I think the tactic was the spaces on the width. I think that going forward, Tottenham like to attack the wide spaces. So as far like where you get chalk on your boots, basically on the lines, the bar lines. So basically with the wing backs, we basically make our wing backs push super high, and we've been doing that. But I think that tactic where we're trying to cross the ball into the box, for some reason, we're not getting enough numbers in there, and the players that we have in that area, they're not finishing off their dinner for whatever reason. So when that's your number 2 or 3 go-to, because obviously we're a counter-attacking team, and if it's not a counter-attack we're going for, then the second option will be to get the teams when they're not fully set. And if we're not making those chances count when we are breaking on teams, then the next option is to, when teams have got 2 backs of 4 or back 5 or whatever, we tend to go wide with our wing backs. Perisic crossed, I think, 17 or 18 times, and I think only 2 of them are accurate. And then you've got Porro on the other side doing around 15 crosses, and about 5 of them were accurate. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we're not converting from those crosses. I think Spurs have the highest crosses out of all the teams in the Premier League. But yet, that attacking formation is not quite working for us.
We can't even get Kane into the box. We can't even get Harry Kane into the box.
What's the reason?
You look at the difference between someone like United and someone like us, right? So you look at United, and when Wan-Bissaka or someone's got the ball down the wing, if he has to turn back, that someone like Fernandes or Bruno Fernandes or someone is going to be there on the edge of that opponent's box, right, to take a little ball in, maybe makes a run, drop it inside, and you've got a cross coming in. You look at the Bournemouth game, every time Porro or Kulusevski or something had to turn and then play it back, they were playing it back to like Højbjerg or Skip, but they're almost on the halfway line. There was neither of those two were coming up to give that extra sort of player on the edge of the box. It was just a massive gap, and that's the issue. It's almost like they can't decide who's going to go forward. It's almost like they have to be so defensive at the moment, whether that's because of what they're being taught or something like that.
Because
there's no fluidity to it. There's no logical thinking at all.
There's no clear identity. That's why we don't know when to press or if to press. You can see it when the players. And that's why when you see us on the ball, the passing's sloppy. The first touch is off. And you can see the confidence is going throughout the team. You can just tell when a team's confident, they're not even taking a touch. It's in first time. Do you know what I'm saying? That's how you get teams rattled. The ball moves faster than the pitch. The patterns of play, Tottenham don't have that. And that's why you're seeing the profile of a Højbjerg, a profile of a Skip. they're not going to be on the edge of the box. And what the team was asking, what Stellini and co were asking, was they wanted Kulusevski and they wanted Son to be more infield, so more in a half space, and they wanted them in that kind of space where you're talking about Bruno delivering across, or they wanted one of our centre backs like your Romero or Clement Longley on that kind of inside half space, hitting a diagonal ball, which they have been doing, but it's not being as successful because of the profile of the play that we need. We don't have, because it's just
and that's absolutely true. That what you said about Kulusevski and Son there coming inside, that is absolutely true, because we don't play over cam, but they can become cams. If you move them inside, they can become cams to a certain degree. But what you need is your wing backs to go on the outside.
I mean, they've been playing as cams all season.
Like coming inside, to make up for Kulu and Son coming inside, you need your wing backs going outside. You know, our wing backs are absolutely useless. So it doesn't, it's not working. That's
Son and Kulu have been cams all weekend or all year. They have not played as wingers once.
Yeah.
They don't. They don't occupy. They don't occupy the touch lines. They don't. Right. They don't occupy that space at all. They are central. It's almost like we're playing. Well, I mean, it is what we're playing. We're playing a 3-2-2 or 3-4-2-1, right? And they're playing as two attack.
4-3-2-1. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, 4-3-2-1.
Yeah, we are.
And so
another issue at Spurs is as well, we haven't replenished the attacking players with players that can press. Son and Kane, when they first started out, even Dele Alli was one of the best pressers in our team in his time.
Yep.
We can't press the way we do. And if the front three do try and press, the second line of the press is almost non-existent. Like, I don't think we've got the players to even press. I don't think they've got. I don't think they have that level of athleticism anymore either.
Well, for me, what it looks like on the press, when we actually press and we press well, is because the wingbacks are helping press, and when we don't, if it's just Kane, Son, and Kulu around, they're helping out. They're outnumbered, and so the press is easily broken. Right. So, that's the problem: is that the wingbacks aren't pressing like they should be in order for the system to work. Right.
Also, just to add to that, Spurs are the worst team, or one of the worst teams in the league, for winning the ball in that midfield attacking midfield. You know, that centre part of the pitch. Basically, for the Spurs tactic to work, they need to be winning balls in that area, and then need to be hitting teams when they're not set, and then that's how we create our chances. But we're not doing that. We're literally not doing that. So even our double pivots, they're meant to be pressing, winning the balls back in those areas, and then just spraying it straight into Kane, Son, or Kulu. And I think that's a big issue as well. And I think that's where Spurs are failing also.
I think I agree with you. And the reason why we're not winning the ball in that area is because, especially when Bentancur's out, Højbjerg thinks he has to do everything. And so he leaves his area of the pitch to go back up, and you'll end up seeing Sar and Højbjerg 2 feet from each other, or Skip and Højbjerg 2 feet from each other, when they shouldn't. They should be, he should have his zone of the pitch. They can come in and shift and cover for each other, but they don't need to be 3 yards from each other, right? Like, that's the problem. Højbjerg is like running all over the pitch, trying to cover for it. I mean, even still, if you look at those losses that you did the tactics video on Contes tactics all the time, and you had Højbjerg completely out of position, he needs to be staying in his. This is what I'm saying. They don't hold the shape. You showed earlier in the slides that you pulled up, you have one defender that's way too deep, right? And the other two are pressed up high. That's a miscommunication. That's a lack of leadership. That's a lack of understanding that I'm sure the coaches point and show them every single week. But for whatever reason, during the heat of the moment, when they're stressed, right, they lose focus, which is what Jose Mourinho talked about all the time, us losing focus. I think even Conte's mentioned it. And they get dragged out of shape. And that's the problem, is our players are not disciplined enough. They're not confident enough to trust their teammates to do what they have to do and to maintain the shape that they have to play. Right?
I did my show a couple of weeks ago. I did my show a couple of weeks ago about the mentality of Spurs, and it's exactly what Will said. They said the same. 3 managers said the same exact thing about the discipline. That's what when people talk about switching formations and tactics. I mean, our players are not good enough. They're not disciplined enough to be able to be able to adjust, even when on a set piece, right? And the other team does something that's different, right? They're not able. They're not the intelligence of our team. It's not there. The discipline is not there. It's frustrating. As Stellini said on Saturday, as Matic mentioned, I mentioned on Will Show Saturday, word for word, he said, we tell those guys not to hunker back. We tell them to go forward. But our players, man, it's just we don't have
Murray, I want to back up what you're saying, right? And I did this earlier, right? I'll just show you 6 very quick slides to just completely back up what you're saying. This is Tottenham playing a high line. It's a shambles. One's in the middle doing nothing. 2 are at the bottom. The ball's gone over them. And the other guy, rather than being further up and playing the offside, he's dropped deep 10 yards off the others. Then they break forward.
Hold on, but please go back to that picture for one thing, because there's other things in there that you need to look at. Sanchez, that guy, the winger for Bournemouth, should never be deeper than Sanchez. That means Sanchez was sleeping, not focusing. The guy got behind him. He didn't cover, so now he's got to make a run back. And on the backside there, Perisic, who's standing there ball watching this long over-the-top pass, is just standing there. He's not making a run at all. He should be full sprint getting back in order to form the 5-4-1 that we use to defend. And he's not. He's ball watching, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, we're supposed to be in 2 banks of 4 or a 4-5-1. What we're seeing is a 1-3-3. When they do get forward, before the ball gets passed to Solanke, how are you in a scenario where you've got 3-on-1? This
it looks like my U12 team.
This is insane. And by the way, because of this, that now means that Bournemouth have an overload because we've pulled players out of shape. So when the ball does go to Solanke, who scores, sorry, this is blurred, even if this ball doesn't go in the back of the net or it hits the post, they've got 2 players running in because they've pulled our defenders out wide. So even the rebound, they're going to win. When they score the goal, it's the same again, 3-on-1. Even when it goes out to Adara, who scores, you've got a 1-on-1, but look at the other 2. They should be shutting down. We should have at least a 2-on-1 or 1 running towards the goal line. And when he scores, look at this. How much space is he? So when I look at this, there is no way in the world any coach is coaching this. And do you know what's really alarming about this? When you look at this.
Well, in this one, I don't know why nobody's blaming Højbjerg for this goal.
Why is Højbjerg so out of position?
Well, guys, one last thing. When you look at this, the guy I've circled in blue is Harry Kane. Why is the striker dropping back to the holding mid role? Where's the other midfielders? Where's the wing?
Because the holding mid is at centre back's role. He's the
guy.
What
about Skip?
I think Skip had been taken off at that point. Is it? That was the last goal, right? Danjuma came off the scoop. Yeah.
So for me, it's like, but Harry Kane should not be in that position either. He shouldn't be the one tracking back because, God forbid, right? God forbid, we actually create a counter attack from this.
At this point, though, when Danjuma came on, Kane almost dropped into midfield as an attacking midfielder. He wasn't playing a striker position. We're almost playing a 4-2-3-1, and he was playing in the middle as a midfield player, not as a striker. Danjuma and Son and Richarlison were up high.
My point is, you've got 3 Brighton attackers versus 4 Spurs players. We don't even need Kane back there, if I'm honest. We don't need any player there. They should be ready for a transition into an attack. But because the defenders are all disjointed and not man marking or 2-on-1 and the other 2 picking up other players, we've created this mess. And when the more you look at it, and look, this is just my opinion, the more I look at it, let me get this off the screen because it's taking up too much of the screen. The more I look at it, the more it says to me what Mari said. Our players do not have the discipline to hold shape. And you know what?
But in that particular play,
I did a tactical show on this 2 months ago, saying we broke it down, and you're seeing it happen under different managers. Same thing.
They don't have the brain capacity. They don't have the talent. They don't have the brain capacity. And one thing you miss from there is the fact that one of the biggest tools for any defense is using the offside in your favor. If the defensive lines are all over the place, you simply cannot get the opposition offside. This
kills it. Tommy, this kills
When
it
the
for offside.
back
This kills
three
it for
is
offside.
so out
Yep.
of sync.
This one.
When the back three is so out of sync, Dyer has to go so crazily deep. We know he's quite deep anyway. He's a bit of a pussy. He doesn't want to engage. He runs away.
He doesn't
To
tackle.
play so incredibly deep, it's impossible to get offside. It's such a big tool to be able to get the opposition offside. We can't do it. We can never ever do it. And it's simply because, as you showed in those clips.
Let me ask Stel and Will a question because they're the coaches here.
So is
right?
Lee. By the way, Lee's a coach. Lee's a coach.
Oh, Lee.
Just to let you know.
Lee too.
Yeah,
I was
Lee's
a
coach.
defensive scout.
A question, right?
He's
So,
a scout.
Tommy's a scout, right?
like, I talk about the intelligence, right? I use this as an example, right? There's one player that we've been linked with, and I see people shoot it down or whatsoever, but it's a player that we've been linked with, right? Because I think this is the type of play we lack, right? They mentioned Danny Elmo, right? Who used to play for Leipzig, Spanish international, technically gifted, but whenever I see him play, right, he's not the fastest, or he's an athletic beast. But what I know about him is his intelligence. Very smart player. When we look at young players in the academy, or even when we're going after someone, we're scouting someone, right, for the team. How often do they look at the intelligence of the player? You know, because you can somewhat see it in the field, like, oh man, this guy, he knows what he's doing, right? It's what got us a little bit excited about Kulu in a sense last year, because he's not the fastest or quickest, but he was intelligent, I thought, last year. This year, we're not seeing it, maybe because he's injured or it's dejected, just a frustration. I'm thinking, like, this team, we lack players with that intelligence. And is it I want to say yes, it's our scouting, but is it something easy to see or very hard to find within a player? Their intelligence, their IQ.
No, it's easy to see. You can see it from a very, very, very young age, right? So, for example, now just because a guy's got high footballing IQ doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to become a great player either, right? If he doesn't have sometimes the dumber people have more drive and more dedication, and so they increase their technical ability far greater than people with huge IQs, right? It's when you get that one unicorn that has both that you get Messi's and those types of players that have also the high IQ and the high work rate and dedication to perfect your craft. So it's kind of a catch-22, but you see it all the time. Like if you're watching, say U8s or U10s, and the tendency for kids that age is to completely chase the ball wherever it goes. But you've got one defender, as soon as they're in transition, immediately starts to track back to goal because he knows rather than chase the ball, he's got to get in position to help that out. That kid has an IQ, right? He's reading the game at a higher level than his peers because at that age, they tend to just mob around in this huge clump and chase the ball down. But that's how you can see players that are like that. Or if you see players that move into space or players on the ball that make passes that they shouldn't be making in that age group. It's you normally get your head down, dribble, lose the ball, right? That's the tendency. But they've got their head up. They're looking to play people in, to cross balls in, to do those things. You can see that a player has potential and IQ. It's just a matter of do they have the time to develop that. At a professional level, it's the same thing, right? You see that every time Oliver Skipp has his heads down, right? He can't find that final pass. He's decent on the ball. He's decent technically as a dribbler, as far as I'm concerned. He can beat men. He can get past players. The problem is his head's down, and if he makes the decision, he's made it, a half a second, 2 seconds, 2 or 3 touches too late. And at that point, especially at this level, you're talking about fine margins, right? 0.1% make the difference between a 3-0 loss and a 3-0 win, right? I mean, it's ridiculously amount. Like Højbjerg, for example. Højbjerg in 1v1 defending is horrible. Horrible. But he's a good poacher. He'll come in from behind you from the sideways and nick the ball off you. But in a 1v1 where he has to face the attacker head on, he can't do it. That's exactly what happened in that goal against Bournemouth. Right? The guy drops a hip one side. Højbjerg takes 2 steps to the left and he gets burnt and the guy places it in the side of the corner of the net. Like he got
Can I ask
burnt
a
so
question?
bad.
Can I ask a question? Do you feel Conte would have lost that game if Conte was in charge? Would
No,
Conte have lost that
100%
game?
wouldn't have lost that. Drawn it maybe, never would have lost it.
Okay, I personally feel that under Conte, as he was on the touchline, we used to have a better shape at least. Like no matter how bad we were and whatever these people say about the tactics and all that, we used to be a bit more organized because he would instruct the players. He would actually manage it much better. Right now, I think what we are seeing is the shape is totally out of order, and that's the problem with this whole Stellini ball. I mean, even though he's playing the same tactics, but I think that we are much more disorganized in terms of the shape that we have
These
on the
aren't
field.
these aren't the same tactics. We went to a back four. He changed it. This is.
I mean,
But
this is
even
what
and when we even
yeah,
went to
even-
a back four, it was different than when Conte has done it, right? Conte went to a 4-4-2. That's not the system that we ran into. We ran into a 4-2-3-1 that was not working. But the point that I'm trying to make is for Conte demands more respect, right? Regardless of whether you agree or you like his style of football or not, which I think is a ridiculous statement because he didn't play boring football at Juventus, he didn't play boring football at Chelsea, and he didn't play boring football at Inter Milan. So in all of those teams that he played for, they were either first or second in number of goals scored throughout the season. The problem is at Tottenham, we were even high in the number of goals scored while Conte was here. We just conceded almost as many as we had scored, right? The problem with the Conte system and the reason why we looked pragmatic and defensive was because because our defense is so bad, right? The midfielders have to cheat back, and then the attacking midfielders have to cheat back. Look, if you're a player and you're a smart player, you're looking to get into the position that allows you to recover best if you feel under threat. You're not going to be pushing high up the pitch if you're worried about having to get back. Otherwise, there is not a single player that for 90 minutes can run the full length of the pitch, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They don't exist, right? They're not robots. They're not automatons. They get tired. So what players will do then is if they feel under threat, they start to cheat back. They'll stay back 5 yards deeper than they would really want to because they're worried, I'm going to get burned over the top. I'm going to get burned over this. That's why Dyer in that other slide you see is 10 yards deeper than the other two center backs because he's worried he's going to get burned. So he cheats back. It's the same reason why Son will drop deeper and stay deeper because he knows it's his role to get back. But because it happens all the time that our defenders are getting burned, now he feels I have to be in a better position to get back. I have to be 5 yards deeper. I can't make that run in behind in transition because if we turn it right back over and it comes in over the top, I can't get back to help the guys out that need help. This is the problem. When you have quality and you trust your teammates, there's no trust in our team. None.
Yeah.
Can I say, man,
Sorry, I just wanted to say, in regards to someone in the chat, when I mentioned Conte, somebody said, look, Conte's gone, let's not talk about Conte anymore. I think you've got to learn from your mistakes. You've got to learn from your errors. And when you get an elite manager in, you need to get elite players, or at least players.
Exactly.
Manny's in the mud, though. He said Kante out is the worst. He's in the mud. He's one of the people I've mudded.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to learn from your mistakes. You've got an elite manager. You can't bring Gill for £35 million. You can't bring Spence for £16 million. You can't do that. And another thing to add on to what Will said in terms of Conte at Juventus, Chelsea, and Inter as a winner, he had a creative centre midfielder, not a cam, a deep creative centre midfielder. Juventus in Italy, he had Pirlo, one of the all-time greats. At Chelsea, he had Fabregas. He made him deeper, and he was the creative centre midfielder. He could play the long balls. He had Brozovic at Inter Milan, and we had the opportunity to sign Brozovic. But who did we sign? We signed Bissouma. Now, Bissouma is a very good player. He's a 50, 60 million pound player, but with the players we already had there, he was not the one we needed at that point. We needed a Ward-Prowse, we needed a Brozovic, we needed a Frankie de Jong.
A deep line playmaker.
There are centre mids that can spray the ball around at centre mid, who we just did not go for. We got Bissouma in because maybe he's worth £30 million. He's worth 40, 50 million pounds. Maybe if he has a good season, we can sell him for 50. Sign him for we make £20 million profit. And Levy's not learning from his mistakes. He's not learning from his mistakes. And that's why we have to go back to ex-managers sometimes so we can go forward and not make the same mistakes, but we know we will. As long as Levy's there, we know these errors are going to keep happening.
Can I also say, right, that the basics are fundamentally flawed, right? When I put a show out last month, it's gone now because the channel got taken down. But I did a video sharing everything my inside people at Spurs told me, right? I was down at Spurs, so I'm lucky I get to
think I have
speak
it.
to people there. And one of the things I said that I shared was the coaches at Spurs are in disbelief that Eric Dyer is a first team centre back when he never makes a tackle. They cannot believe. I know there's the rule of thumb that you should never have to make a tackle. Well, so not rule of thumb. Maldini said. I know Tommy likes this quote. Maldini said you should never have to make a tackle. It means you're out of position. That's why you're making tackle. But quite often we are out of position, right? So you need to make a tackle. When do you ever see Dyer block or go in or he never does it. And at Spurs, when you speak to them, they're like, we've literally got a defender who doesn't defend. He never puts in that block or tackle. And this is coming from inside the club. They're in disbelief that this guy is a centre-back who starts for our Premier League team. Basics, man, like absolute fundamentals. It's almost like, it's like saying we've got a goalie that doesn't use his hands. How? How is that possible? You know, it's so fucked, man. It's so flawed, the players at this club. It's unreal.
Quick devil's advocate. What do you lot think of, because Conte was playing in this game, and obviously we played AC Milan. And with the AC Milan game, it's a tough one because I can't blame Conte really, because it's the players. I have to just concede that straight away. But Conte was on the sides. Do you reckon he had checked out by then? Do you reckon he was already like, you know, these players are no good? Because, you know, he was there managing the team, and it was a poor performance. It was a performance where we had hardly any shots on goal. AC Milan looked much better than us. I think AC Milan should have beaten us on the night, if I'm being honest. I think they had a couple sitters and they should have put it away. I look at that clip that you put up with Bournemouth. I think when we were 2-2, the last goal, I think we actually tried to push up. And I think that's why so many players were out of position, because we were actually going for that goal. You know, when it's the last, I think we were in the last, 3 to 4 minutes.
Yep.
And then we conceded that goal because everyone was high up and we were trying to go for the win. And then obviously we lost the goal. But yeah, just going back to that AC Milan game, do you think that
Ashmatic, can I just Ashmatic, just to jump on that quickly, right?
Yeah, go for
regardless of being out of shape, this should not happen. This should not happen. We're out of shape, but we've got 4 against 2. In fact, with the goalie, we've got 5 versus 2. We completely outnumber them, defense to attack.
Yeah, but if you notice, nobody's touch tight, right? Nobody's touch tight.
No, but this is the
Højbjerg is the closest person. He got completely broken, right? Like one lower of the shoulder and Højbjerg's 2 steps the other direction, which should never happen. You should be jockeying in that situation, right? Touch tight jockeying, right? You should not be stabbing. That's what we call it here in the US. I don't know what you call it in the UK. But when a player goes in to defend and he sticks his leg in rather than get touch tight and just use your body. I don't know what you guys call it. We call it stabbing.
Yeah, it's touch tight. It is touch tight. You want it to be a bit closer to the player, so you're able to put.
Just body. You just use your body. You wait for him to make a mistake. Bump him with your shoulders.
Yeah. Even if you put your hand out to off balance the defender, the attacker, so he doesn't get that shot off. He gets a bit of balance. He's not close enough to him, and also Højbjerg hasn't got that lateral movement. That's the reason why he kind of skids and he's not able to quickly change direction. He hasn't got that quick reaction.
Do you remember?
He's horrible in 1v1 defending. That's what I'm saying.
Ashmatic, do you remember a couple of years ago, we went up to Anfield and we had this counter-attack and the ball fell to Sissoko. And we outnumbered them in the attack. And you're thinking, Sissoko, I beg you, just hit the target. And Virgil van Dijk just showed him enough, gave him a little flinch, and just put off Sissoko. Right. That's a defender. That's someone
he was
read the
jockeying.
danger.
Yep.
But the
Yeah,
point is,
blocking, yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
understood that situation. How many
Yeah.
defenders against how many attackers, the importance of that moment, and he defended. We
Mhm.
had 3-4 defenders back. Nobody understood what to do. That's so I get what you're saying. You're right. We did go for it. We were open
Yeah,
up
we
to
had
the
to push for the
counter.
last.
But,
Yeah,
but the tragedy is when they did counter, we had more than enough bodies back to deal with it, and we still failed to deal with it. Like we still.
The problem too is
I
that
disagree.
our defenders when they're sitting in that back line, switch off, right? They're not scanning. They're ball watching. They're watching the play that's going on, because if you're a center back, you should never be watching what your attackers are doing up in the front of the pitch. You should be watching for runners coming in behind in transition.
Still in the danger. Yeah,
You should be scanning. And as soon as you see a guy making a run, you should be even with him. You should be watching balls, looking up over your shoulder, tracking back, not deeper than him, even with him. And if you see the ball about ready to be played long to him, you take a step forward and you play the offside trap. That's what a smart defender does, right? For those over the top transitions, not just being surprised and having to catch up. Oh crap, he's behind me, right? Or oh crap, he's making a run. I need to drop deep. That's the problem with our defenders, is they lose focus, they ball watch, right? And then for whatever reason, Eric Dyer, you're the second biggest guy on the whole team. Every time somebody takes a shot, why are you doing this? Just take one to the chest, man.
If he gets a year,
like, why are you doing this? Like, I've got 12-year-olds that don't do that, right? I have 12-year-olds that weigh 80 pounds that don't do this when a shot comes past them.
Any coaches, I just want to hear, are they taught to do that? Because I've seen that a lot, where they put their arms behind their back. I know it's like a new rule.
Behind the back is fine, right? Because you want to have your arms down. But what I'm talking about is him turning sideways and making himself smaller.
I've seen that a lot. Not just
he's just scared to get hit with the ball. Right? That's why he turns sideways.
I've seen that quite a lot in not just Tottenham. I've seen other defenders do that, where they kind of side on, they drop their knee down, and I'm thinking, is that something they're being taught in I don't understand, because
no, in certain cases, when they realize they can't defend that ball, they want to make the way for the goalkeeper to see it, so they don't want to block his vision. But in our cases, sometimes we do that where it's like really callous. Like it seems like that they are scared of the ball. It's nothing to do with goalkeeper's vision in our case. But the ones that I think Ashmatic you are mentioning is to help goalkeeper see that ball where it's coming from, so that he can at least make that catch or that punch.
But if you could block it, why would you? Why the goalkeeper doesn't need to see it?
Eric Dyer is supposed to be
the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Eric Dyer in this system is supposed to be the cover, but he's not. He doesn't engage. He refuses at all costs to engage.
How many goals have we let go in this season where every time the ball's in the back of the net, the first thing we say to these guys is, why are you not closing down? They back off and let this. We've let so many goals in because of that. Because they're not,
Yeah, I mean, even at the U12 level, that is what I'm coaching right now. I always tell I play 3 at the back because we only play with 9 players instead of 11, and my central defender is like a sweeper keeper, right? He pushes forward when kind of plays as a defensive midfielder / center back, and his job is, for one, to track back. So if the ball goes wide, his job is to get back from goal. And when the ball comes through the middle, his job is to step it, and then the other 2 are supposed to get more narrow, right? So depending on what we do, but even they understand it, and they're 12, right? They understand it, and they're 12. If he knows he's got his teammates behind him, he gets touched tight and puts pressure on the ball. And we don't stab. Like we always say, we don't stab. We run next to players and we bump them with our shoulders. We watch the ball, and as soon as you have the opportunity, then you kick it clear. But you don't. If a player's coming at you, the worst thing you can do if he shows you to the left is to go stick your leg out, because you're burned now. One crossover and he's over. He's past you, right? You jockey him. You get touched tight. You bump him with shoulders, then you stick a flag in. Our players don't do that. Not a single one.
A big issue as well with Spurs right now, and I don't know where you put the blame on this. Because I'm Levy out, Enoch out. I put it all on them, all of it. But I get why some fans might disagree. When you watch young players, youth players, or you watch players that are learning the game, or kids, or even teams at the moment like Arsenal, Man City, when they go into a game, they want it. Like, they want it. When I watch us play, I don't see us wanting it, man. Like, when's the last time you saw Spurs play and you said to yourself, for 90 minutes, we went out there and we let it all hang out. We left it all on that pitch. We put every bit of effort left on that piece of grass. I can't remember the last time I can honestly say that. Maybe
City.
Maybe Man
City at home.
Okay.
That was it.
So what we should be saying is we shouldn't be able to answer that because it happens all the time. It should be almost a trick question, but it's not. The fact that you can pick one out, Will, says to me, fucking hell, it just doesn't happen enough. And against Bournemouth, other than that little rally when we went 2-1 down and the first 10 minutes, there wasn't a period of like 30, 40, 50 minutes where I thought we won it. When you watch, and I hate saying this because I can't fucking stand them, but when you watch Arsenal, Man City, as soon as that whistle blows, they're alive. What they did to Liverpool for 30 minutes was fire. What they did at Anfield for 30 minutes, fire. Man City do it. Liverpool second half against Arsenal. We know we're not playing well. Fire. I don't see that with Tottenham. I don't see our players.
No, because we don't move the ball fast enough. If you watch our players when they come and receive the ball,
they don't want to win. They don't want to win.
But it's not even about winning. It's like they don't know what to do. Right? They literally in their head, they don't know what to do. When the ball comes into our midfield, it's like you just see them. They'll play like a 3-yard pass, and then they'll play a 3-yard pass back. It's like, I don't want it. No, you take it. No, you take it. You take it. And instead of just moving the ball down with one touch, boom, like there should be angles, there should be triangles in transition. Our players should be in zones, right? And I don't even have to see you. I know, Tommy is running here. Tommy's supposed to be here. If I get the ball here, Tommy's supposed to be here. And I can just play that one touch pass. Just boom, 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 boom. We don't do that. It's receive the ball, what? Then make a pass. And that gives the defense time to take shape, time to block us down, time to cut us out. Because unfortunately, this isn't FIFA. We're playing against other teams who have players. And anybody playing at the Premier League level is a quality athlete, right? They may not be world class, but even when you're playing Leeds United, right, today, right? Those are players there that are in the top 0.0001% of all footballers in the world, right? So if you give them the opportunity to get back and to get into shape, they will stop you.
Well, I disagree a bit here because under Pochettino, when they did know what to do, we didn't win one away game that season, or we lost, or we didn't win for like 13, and then the 3 months when he got sacked, we were shocking, and they knew.
Yeah, but those were players that came in and didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to do. Two or three,
Will, and two of them were injured at the time. I think it's bigger than that. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not totally disagreeing, should I say? I do think these players don't know what they're doing, but I do think there is an element.
All the players, hold on.
These players, hold on. Even if you're shit, Will, you can be shit and win. You can be shit and win.
But you had Winks, Dyer, all of these players who couldn't even barely get on in the substitute appearance under Pochettino when we were in Poch's prime. Were starters in that last season. Sissoko.
Dyer was
Winks,
fine for the last 3 months of
Dyer.
last season. Eric Dyer, the last 3 months of last season was fine.
Everybody the last 3 months of last season was fine.
Okay, so now what I'm saying is I honestly believe when I watch these players play, you don't give a fuck. You don't give a shit, man.
Yeah, but of course they don't. But that's what I'm saying. Look, and if you look at Romero's performances since post World Cup, he's playing way more cocky than he used to. Right?
Yeah.
On the ball, when he gets the ball in our, doing crossovers and turns and croquetas inside our own penalty box to get, he's really moving on the ball.
He did a Cruyff flick against Bournemouth in the corner flag.
Right.
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. He thinks now because he's won the World Cup, he's the bee's knees, right? And I can do these flicks and tricks into the box. I can play slow out of the back because you know what? I'm the man, right? He's playing way more. It's like the hunger. This is what happens to some players. The difference between a winner and a loser is when a loser wins, they think they've made it. And when a winner wins, he wants to win again. He wants to win more.
Yeah,
That's
for
the
me,
difference in the two mentalities.
We have to start critiquing Romero. We have to start critiquing Romero as well. Romero's the type of defender. He's very good. He's very unique. I don't want to say whether he's good or bad. He's very unique. You have to build a defense around Romero. Absolutely 100%. You have to build the defense around him. At Atalanta, it was very different under Gasperini. They played three at the back, but the middle centre-back was Romero. He pushed up and the two wide centre-backs covered for him. He's getting too cocky now, Romero. He thinks he can play that way, the way he did at Atalanta, as he does at Spurs, and it's not going to work. And he has to adapt. He can't be this lethargic on the ball. And I'll tell you another thing about Romero. He is shocking in the air. Watch him in his one-on-one duels in the air. He doesn't win anything.
Yeah, he's not a good aerial.
He doesn't. Tell me how many headers he's won in the opposition box.
No, he always times them wrong. They come over his head, you know.
He goes up for every corner. Tell me how many headers he's won in the opposition box on goal. Some of the basics are missing with Romero. He gets away with too much because he's ultra aggressive. There's a difference between being ultra aggressive and being a quality centre back. He's got to adapt. He's got to adapt.
Going back to Stel's point about being, as soon as the whistle's blown and you hear Man City and Arsenal are on it, I honestly think it's a confidence issue with the Spurs players because I've seen a lot of passes go astray. I've seen first touches being horrible. And then when you get like a Højbjerg or Skip on the ball, like we were saying before, a lot of the passes are sideways and backwards. And the reason why is because they're not confident to do enough to hit that pass where it's going to hurt defenders or it's going to ask questions of the opposition. Do you understand? And it's the easy way out. When you get the ball and you're being pressed, because as soon as Tottenham get pressed, that's when we lose the ball. The confidence isn't there to do one touch, two touch, triangles, getting that rhythm, patterns of play. That's not happening because a lot of the players, they're lacking confidence. And in those key areas where certain midfielders have the ball and you need to do that kind of ball defending, that split kind of, that ball that kind of hurts other teams. They're not able to actually do it because they just don't have the confidence. They don't have the balls. They don't have the fire in the eyes.
I said this on episodes of How Them Away. I said it on Will's show and I said it on my channel. And I asked this question: when was the last true on-field leader we had on the field who was an extension of the coach that's on the field? I use examples. Who is our Carlos Puyol? Who is our Roy Keane? Who is our Casemiro? The one reason why I like Company coming to Spurs is because he was the ultimate leader at City. Him and Yaya Toure, right? They commanded, hey guys, stay disciplined. Hey, don't panic. All right, we're gonna come back. Even that game where they came back and they won the league the final day, they trailed and they came back. They didn't panic. Now remember, companies like, hey guys, let's not panic. Let's get it together. Who on Spurs, right? We say Højbjerg. I'm like, no, he is not the on-field. He panics. Who was the last on-field leader? Lenny King? Look, who was the real on-field leader on this team that outside?
You'd probably say Vertonghen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, some people say Vertonghen, but then again, he kind of fumbled. Like, so we don't have that. These last 4 or 5 years, if you look at the comments from the Newcastle game for Pochettino, the Zagreb game with Jose, and then the comments from Conte, it's the same thing. And Scott put Kane, but Kane leads by example, like a quiet leader. It's a different type of. He's not that dog. Kane is not that dog on that field. He's a leader, but it's a different type of leader. We needed a dog. We needed a Puyol. Because Kane puts his head down when something messes up. I watched the plays. son, everybody, they put their head down. They're like, it's like, no, we need someone like a Gary Mapper. I've heard stories about him. Larry King, from what, the last couple of years I saw him. We don't have that. So that's why the mentality of Spurs, it's low. We don't have that from the top, from the board. We don't have that throughout the club. We don't have that on the field. We don't have
quick one
on the field.
Maury, quick one. If you look at just play devil's advocate again. If you look at Arsenal, would you say Odegaard is that kind of vocal kind of guy that you're talking about? That person that kind of gets.
Someone mentioned Odegaard. I don't know whose show it was. I don't know if it was Will or, and they didn't say Odegaard. They said it was somebody else.
Do you not think it's Xhaka?
Xhaka for me.
Yeah,
when he gets up in people's faces, but he got the captaincy stripped from him because he's got a piss poor attitude. But
he actually helped Liverpool come back into the game. So it's still, but you always have that you have that player, and even if they're not vocal, right? But it's the extension of the coach to say, "Hey guys, let's get disciplined and whatsoever." I can't think of the person on the team who's the extension of Antonio Conte on the field. Unless you could tell me one, I don't see it.
I disagree slightly. I think that era in football is just over, and I think that everybody on the field should be leaders, right? You shouldn't be playing at this level if you're not a leader, right? Like, it's not. The game doesn't revolve around one or two stars anymore like it used to in the past.
There are betas and there's alphas.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Everybody on our team's a beta. We need to have a team full of alphas. That's the point, right? It's not that we need to have one alpha with 12 betas.
It's different. It's not about a star. It's about a person that can read a game and manage the team on the pitch as an extension of the manager.
Like
there's been plenty of people like, people that stand out in games like that, but it's
who does that for any team
that's
now?
Going to open their mouth and say to someone, "Do you know what, Dyer? You're 10 yards back. Get your fucking ass up the pitch. You're leading them onto us as a defence." That's the kind of player we're talking about. It doesn't have to be a star. It's just as someone who's vocal and says, "You know what? I'm going to take hold of this situation because we're not doing it right." And then manage the team from the pitch. That's the kind of player.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you have Højbjerg that does that. If you have Højbjerg that does that, then Dyer tells him to go fuck off, right? Who are you?
Well,
get out of my face.
Go fuck off.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Neither of those two. The problem with Romero and Dyer is neither of those two have the ability to manage a defence, right? I have one player. We only have one person in defence in my coaching team, right? And we've started playing 7-a-side football now, and I have 2 players in defence. I only have one person that's vocal, and I say to him, this is your defence, right? You tell the players where you want them. You manage these guys. I don't manage it from the sideline. You manage them, and I do that. And one of my defenders does that. He takes on that role, and if he tells people they're out of position, he says you shouldn't be there. You need to be covering that. You need to be. We don't have anyone like that,
right? But that's because
they're running around like headless fucking chickens.
But that's because at a kid's level, at a kid's level. That's what I'm saying.
That goes all the way to the top.
But hold on, it doesn't, because what it knows now.
No.
Hold on, but what I'm saying now is you've got, if Dyer tries to be that leader on the pitch and he tells Romero, he gets in on Romero for doing something dumb. Romero's like, "Where's your World Cup, motherfucker?"
Yeah, no,
right?
Exactly. That's exactly what I said.
So they completely don't listen.
Yeah, I think we agree. I think Will and Lee agree. They agree that this should happen, but Will saying it's not going to happen.
At this point, because it happens all because we don't win anything, and we haven't won anything at this club. We've won 1 trophy in 23 years, probably more than that if you were to go back. But we haven't won. We've won 1 trophy ever. You've got people that get success in international sides of things. They think they're the bee's knees. You got people who've been playing at the club for 8 years. They think they're the bee's knees, and nobody wants to listen to anybody, right? That's the problem. If Harry Kane comes on, let's go, but everybody ignores him too, right? Like
I've seen Harry Kane's speeches before any matches. It's like a wet fucking t-shirt.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right?
Not even worth it.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have. Fuck off. It's like if you and I know it's a TV show, but like if you've been, is anybody watching Ted Lasso this year? Is anybody watching season 3 of Ted Lasso?
I've seen season
1, season 2.
Apple TV.
So, anyway, so you've got this guy named Zava who's supposed to be like a Zlatan Ibrahimovic guy coming into the team, right? And because of the superstar that he is, because of what he's accomplished, when he comes to this club of pretty much shit players, they all listen to him and they have some success. And after that, but after they fall off. But my point is when you have a player, a superstar, it's one it all, like a Gareth Bale that comes in, he commands respect. He'll command respect from people even like Harry Kane, because guess what? Harry Kane ain't won fucking anything, right?
Yep.
The problem is we don't have anyone who's still good, right? Anytime we go and get somebody who's won something, they're old and washed up. Like you can see Perisic out there kind of being a father, rooster out there with all of the other chicks on the pitch. But the problem is he's past his prime. We don't have a Casemiro who's won it all and can still play the game.
Agree to disagree here, Will, because I don't think you need a Bale, you don't need a Ibrahimovic, you don't need that kind of player. You just need someone that has the mentality to take on responsibility on the pitch and that other players respect.
Exactly.
We do not have
But why
that.
they don't respect? That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't, because
the
there are
players
11
don't
individuals
respect.
on the pitch. At the moment, there are 11
Because
individuals.
there's nobody there that they can respect because nobody's won anything.
Exactly. We
don't
agree
have
with
any
that.
players.
No, it's not about winning. No.
But then, Will, what about Championship teams, League One teams, League Two teams? They don't win anything, but they still have a leader.
Yeah, because they'll have a player who came out, who got relegated out of the Premier League, who's played there for a while, who's played in other leagues, who's won something and has a thing. That's what I'm saying. Respect for a footballer comes from footballing. It doesn't come from what?
There is a, and I love this because it's the psychology.
After Murray, it's Ashmatic. Go on, Murray. Finish what you're saying.
I love about organized sports is that when you get on the team, right, you already know who are the people that when your team is down, it's going to uplift and it's going to get everything back in order. And I remember even Ferguson watching the documentary. He said, I have my people on the field that if things fuck up, I know things are going to get back in line. And that's why I always bring that up, because I'm like, who is that? I'm watching the Barcelona teams when they were in trouble. Puyol, right? Not Messi, who's the best player. So I want people to understand, Kane is a world-class player. It doesn't mean that he's a world-class leader in a different way as an extension of the coach. So I'm watching Puyol go to Xavi, go back. They're like, yeah. Guys, we got to do this, right? Mind you think it will be Messi, but Messi's not that dog.
Messi's an introvert. He doesn't say anything.
Yeah,
I do get. I 100% get it.
Roy Keane was that player for United that time. Vieira from Arsenal with the Invincibles, he was that. Like, hey guys, like each team, it seems that who have gone over the top, especially has those players who have 2 or 3 who.
Moussa Dembele was our last one. Because if you talk to every player, during that era and you asked him who was the best player on the team, every one of them said Moussa Dembele, right?
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. He hadn't won anything. He hadn't won anything in a squad of people that hadn't won anything either. But the fact of the quality of his game, right? His presence on the pitch, right? The fact that he could make something from nothing all of the time and he could carry the team on his back. They respected him for that. But we don't have anybody like that now. We don't have anybody they respect.
If you do have that, if you have that winning mentality,
Guys, I want to bring Ashmatic.
Yeah.
Just
Go on, Tommy, finish your point.
Sorry, Ash, you're in.
Yeah. No, I was just going to quickly say, like, the closest thing, because I understand everyone's point. I've got a splinter in my ass right now. Oh, it's killing me. But if I am going to pick a leader, I would say Bentancur's the closest thing we have, because he has.
I agree with you.
Oh, okay. So he's basically done it at Juventus at a young age. He's won the Scudetto. He's won the trophies. He worked with Conte. Him and Conte constantly arguing. So he has that kind of, he's from South America. He's got that fire. He's not afraid to talk up. He always wants the ball. He's that type of person that kind of like all the players respect on that level where his ability kind of commands that respect. And he's a player that we can look towards, or it's not we, but, the players can look towards. But you do have, at the same time, this is a split that comes to my ass, you do have those type of leaders, like, for example, back in the day, you had Steven Gerrard. Now, Steven Gerrard, when you look at the Champions League final when AC Milan were 3-0 up and he just put Liverpool on his back like that. He just put like, hey, listen, boys, don't worry, I've got this. Bang,
Yeah,
bang, bang.
Millennials and Gen Z
literally-
can't do that though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
We're
of
too
course, that's
soft.
what I'm saying. But yeah, I
Yeah,
know, but this is what
I
I'm trying to say. There's different type of leaders. Some leaders, they just lead from example. If Kane had that kind of like, if he won us a couple, turn up a couple finals, I think if Kane has a few more finals, maybe we could see that from him. But unfortunately, we haven't been in enough finals to see that from Kane. But basically, that was my point. I think Bentancur, going back to the original point, is that guy. If we were to have a new captain and Lloris was to drop off and we place a new goalkeeper, I
Yeah,
think
Lloris as our captain. That goes to, and I think he's the worst. Like he leads by example. I mean, if you the DUI, if you forget that DUI, but he's a different leader. He's not. I'm like that is our captain, and it's not. I'll use a perfect example, right? Manuel Neuer, right? I can see him being a captain, right? Because he's sweeper keeper, very vocal. You see it, Manuel Neuer, but Hugo Lloris, that's our captain.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
He's
I
very
think
quiet.
I think it's because like the only way I could give an inch for Lloris. Oh, it's hard. I'm going to try and defend it. I'm not. I don't believe it myself. But going back to Will's point, I think when I watched the documentary, when Mourinho came on, he goes, "Guys, we all are leaders. I need all of us to be leaders," and he expects that because too many people are passing the buck on the field. We all need to stand up and be accountable. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's a team game.
Yeah.
But coming back to Lloris, it's hard. But basically, because he's the French captain, he's won the World Cup, and he's been long serving at Spurs. And when you're in goal, basically you can see everything. You're basically an extension of the coach because you can see where the defenders are, where they're set. If the defender's too high up, he needs to come back. You can literally command them. You might not see it a lot, but Lloris is doing things and telling players where to be without us actually noticing and putting it up. So I think that's the only thing I could probably say about Lloris. The amount of time he's been there, the fact that he's won a World Cup, and like obviously he knows the squad inside out, and he can see the whole game. Whereas if you're at a striker, you can only see what's in front of you. If you're in midfield, you can only see up to a certain point. You can't see what your defenders are doing. And when you're in goal, you can command your back 4 or 5, and that's it. That's what I was going to say.
I agree. Their keepers can do that. I mean, even at the youth level, I always love a good keeper who's always hollering at people, right? Telling people to get back, draw back, do this, push forward, play the bear, switch the ball up. Being very vocal. I like players in general that are vocal, right? The more you talk, I think, the better. The problem is I don't remember during COVID. When you could actually hear the players barking and chirping, that I ever heard Lloris's voice at all. Do you guys, when you're at games, hear him? No. So what I'm saying is he's even though he can see the whole game, he's not saying nothing.
Not saying nothing.
Yeah, it's true.
But actually, Will, in the dressing
I
room,
agree.
in the dressing room, like when we saw the documentary, I don't know. If
Dressing
you saw
room's
it.
irrelevant. Screw the dressing room, right? That's the thing, and I don't know about anybody else too. But the thing else that goes about our squad, and maybe it's just a generational thing or whatever, or maybe it's a cultural thing. So you guys will have to tell me. But there's way too much goofing off and clowning around during training, in my view. Like whenever you watch the training videos that come up with this, they're always laughing, grab-assing, right? They're doing rondos and they're joking around and da-da-da-da. Like in America, that don't happen at professional sports levels. You go into training, it's cussing, crushing of bones, and crack, crack. There's no every time they make a pass.
The most recent training vid. If that's the best,
yeah, I saw that.
Segment, if that's the best segment we can find out of a 2-hour training session, then the problems are deeper.
Like,
than we could ever
were
imagine.
they playing like merry-go-round or something like that? I think.
Oh my god, it
that's
was beyond embarrassing.
It's so funny.
Mate, the worst is after a result that didn't go our way. It's that picture of them on the bicycle machines in the training room. We go again. Get out of here, man.
Yeah,
Get out of here. Everyone's sick of it. Every fan is sick of it now. Like, get out of here. Just stop.
The captain these days is a bit of a gimmick. Be the captain is a little bit of a gimmick. It's not like cricket where you actually make decisions.
It's not even like football in the 90s. You know what I mean? When you had real captains, right?
The only physical thing a captain does on the pitch is if your player's in trouble, you know, he's on a yellow card.
They call the coin
the
flip.
referee says, calm him down, or he's going to get a second yellow. So basically, the physical aspect you want of a footballer is somebody that negotiates well with referees to say, you know, don't give him another card, calm down. So there's no way you can tell me that Odegaard's a vocal captain. There's absolutely no chance.
No.
And because he's in the center of the park, this is why I don't like goalkeepers as captains. How's a goalkeeper? How's a referee going to come up to a goalkeeper and tell you players to calm down? That's why I don't like a striker as a captain. Can't remember. I think it's Terry Wright. I know him quite well. 23-39. He put up Dyer's going to be our next captain. I tell you now, if Kane goes and Lloris goes, I'm telling you now, Eric Dyer will be our next captain. The guy's he's going to sign a 3-year contract. He's going to sign a 3-year contract. I'm glad it's not a 4-year contract, because apparently once upon a time it's going to be a 4-year contract. But he's been so crap since the World Cup. I think that's gone down to 3 years. I'm telling you now, Lloris is definitely gone. Kane is probably gone. Who's going to be the captain? Tell me who's going to be the captain. It's going to be Dyer.
I'd rather Højbjerg be the captain than Dyer.
Yeah,
he's got the whole game in front of him because he's so ultra deep, and he still can't lead. He's been there the longest as well. He's been there 8 years, and he still can't lead. Yet he's going to get the captain's armband.
What about Ben Davies? He always gets the captain whenever somebody's out. Or in cup games.
New manager will speak German. Dyer will install Rosetta Stone again, learn a new language, and he'll be the new manager's golden boy.
Can you imagine Ben Davies?
And he'll take the captain's armband.
Can you imagine Ben Davies and Eric Dyer as captain and co-captain? That would be just
my goodness.
fucking comedy.
That'd be done. Literally be done.
Conte outers. Things can get worse. Grass isn't always greener on the other side. We're learning that. We're learning that fast.
It's going to be way worse, dude. Doesn't matter who we sign until we don't get rid of these players, right? Just imagine all the garbage that's coming back in the summer too. I don't think people realize Lo Celso, Ndombele, Brian Hill, Winks, all of these guys. Like, holy cow, man!
Rodon, Reguilon.
You know, we've got so many guys out on loan. They're just going to bring them back from loan and be like, see, we signed 8 new players for the summer transfer window by just bringing all these guys back.
No one's taking the optional fees, Will. Nobody is taking any of the optional fees that are on the players. The best chance we had was Ndombele, but he threw his toys at the and now Spalletti's not interested. Rodon, £18 million. We put optional fee. We paid £10 million for him. He can't get a game. We put £18 million. He can't get a game at Rennes. They play 3 at the back. Rennes, mid-table Liga. Rodon's not coming back. Winks, Sampdoria getting relegated.
Judd Spence can't perform.
The optional fees, no one's taking up. So as you said, we've got 8 players coming back. That's going to be fun. We've got 8 players, 4 right backs. Basically got 4. We've got basically got 4 right wing backs. We're gonna go back to a 4, and we've got 4 right wing backs.
Yeah.
Well, Doherty's not coming back, so we don't have to worry about that.
Jesus Christ!
But look, I'm just saying. This is why I'm telling people that people got to stop saying, you know, oh, 3 at the back's not working, so let's just try 4. No, that doesn't fix problems. Just trying things without reason and or purpose, exactly like Tommy says, doesn't fix anything. Just going out and getting a manager, just switching to a 4-2-3-1, none of this fixes the problem. None of it. The only thing that fixes...
We saw it against Bournemouth.
Yeah.
We tried it. Look what happened.
The only thing that fixes the problem... Hold on, but... You know, the complaint is that you can't just do it for 30 minutes. You have to do it for the whole game to see if it works or not. Which is dumb in and of itself, because just trying something, just try something new. No, it's not dice. We're not playing craps here. You're not just gonna, you know what? Let's roll the dice again and see what happens. No, a responsible, intelligent person sits down, creates a plan, and then institutes that plan logically. You find the players that you can't fit until we get rid of Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, all of these. Those just the bare minimum.
Sessegnon,
those 4 have got to go. Sessegnon. But I'm just saying, there's
Longley.
Until those guys are gone, right? You will not see an improvement. You
Quick
might
question,
see
Will.
a 2 or 3 months of improvement. You will not see a 3 to 4 year improvement.
Quick question, Will. Just sorry to interrupt you. We're playing Newcastle, and obviously, well, not obviously. Let's say Longley's injured. We play a back three. Who's your back three?
Sanchez.
No, I
think
wouldn't play
no.
Sanchez. I would have. Well, I would try to see and hopefully see how far Ben Davies is along in his thing. If he's 75%, I'd bring him in anyway because he's only if he gets hurt again, what's it gonna matter? He's gonna miss one game instead of 4.
Let's assume that Davies is still injured because
Then you got to play Eric Dyer on the left, Romero in the middle, and Tanganga on the right. That's what I would do.
I agree with that. Tanganga can't be any worse than Sanchez.
No,
What do you
I
reckon,
think
Ryan? What do you
He's our
reckon?
best player in the air. He's our best header of the Tanganga.
I think that Stellini might play Romero at the left, and then Tanganga might come in right. I don't think he'll play Dyer at the left, like what he did with the last game when he played Sanchez.
Dyer's
on
played
the
left side of a back 2 before, so he can just play there on the left. Like he just needs to get in the way. Right?
He can, but I don't think Stellini would do that. Like
Look,
what he
Eric
did with
Dyer in the middle is so the only thing that I would change from a Conte system. Conte system, you have the center defender, central defender sitting, holding, and the 2 of the other ones alternating, pushing up and coming down. I would switch that, and I would put Romero in the middle, let him push forward, and have the 2 outside backs hold because of the injuries that we have. Right. Like if we had a competent central defender like a Van Dijk in the middle, and then you had Romero and then Indica or something on the left, and they could push up and get involved, then I would be like, okay, but Eric Dyer is not Van Dijk, regardless if people call him Eric Van Dyer, right? That's dumb.
That's
He's
what
not.
you would do. But what do you think will happen for Newcastle? What do you think Stellini will pick? I know like what you would like.
The same thing that they've always picked because they can't see past whatever. Look, and granted, I have the luxury of being a Sunday or an armchair quarterback here. I don't see what goes on in training. I don't see this, that, and the other thing. But I'm ruthless. I have a ruthless personality. I don't care if you've been here for 10 years. If you were bad, if you were crap, your ass is going to be on the bench, right? Like, period. I don't do this. Like, we should start Danjuma for this. Why? Why should we start Danjuma for anything? Right? If he's not the best performing player during the week in training, why should he start? He shouldn't. I don't care if Kulusevski's been out of form or doing whatever lately. It doesn't matter. Kulusevski's proved himself. If Kulusevski's showing up to training and doing more in training week in, week out, then he deserves to start. That's the way it is for me. Right? Like, it's the way it is for mine. You miss practice during the week, you don't start. I don't care if you're our best player. You don't start if you miss practice.
I personally think that he will keep. I think he's going to give Sanchez another go because.
Dear Lord.
No, I think the reason why I think is because he got slaughtered at home, and this time he's going to be away at St. James's Park. I'm not saying I agree with it, but
I wouldn't want to get slaughtered by the Newcastle fans because they'll pick up on that straight away. They're more ruthless than our fans.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Personally, I think he might just give Sanchez a go just so he could redeem himself, because a lot of the coaches like to give players second chances and give them another go. I don't think he should be put out to lamb to slaughter again. I think
it might be all right. Levy probably sent him for a spa day or something.
If it was Conte, I think you could be right, Ash. If it was Conte, I think you could be right, because he done it with Richarlison. After he threw his toys at the pram that interview, I thought, well, Richarlison's not starting again. There's no way he's starting again. 2 days later, he started him, and he was very good. I can't remember who he beat. Was it Nottingham Forest? Yeah, he played.
Yeah,
he was outstanding.
Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, Forest. Yeah, Forest when he scored a goal offside. Yeah,
perhaps Conte, it could happen. Perhaps I don't think Stellini's lack of experience as a manager, I don't think he'll go into that advanced mode of thinking. To be fair, I think he probably will play it safe and keep Sanchez away. That's how I see it.
This is the problem, I think, with Stellini, and this is what people say there's no difference between Conte and Stellini. There absolutely is a huge, giant difference between Conte and Stellini, because Stellini isn't confident in himself. Just the way that he even talks, he pulls it back. He's not there, the one making decisions with an iron fist. He's questioning himself, right? So if you're the captain of the ship and you're questioning what you should do, then the people that are actually on the ship trying, they have to raise the mast and do all of these different things. They start questioning whether you know what you're talking about either. And so everybody starts doing their own thing. And that's exactly what we're seeing on the pitch right now, is you have, because there's not a strong alpha personality as in the manager role right now. You got two betas in Stellini and Mason, right?
Yep.
And the players now are like, these guys don't know what they're doing, so we got to figure it out. And then everybody has their own great. There's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, right? Going on right now, to use that old phrase, right?
Exactly.
So, too many chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So we need the reason why I say we don't lose that game with Kante is because of his personality, right? He's the man, right? Whatever you could say, whatever you want about Conte's tactics or anything like that, but you can't say that his personality is that it's my way. You're gonna do it my way. And when you do that, it takes the pressure off the players. They can start to, instead of having to think, okay, now I got to make things happen, right? Because the manager or the gaffer doesn't know what he's doing, right? Nobody ever doubted Conte in that way. Nobody.
The thing is, Romero obviously came out and said, he wasn't happy under Conte and he was ready to leave. Who do you think the other player was, or the other players that weren't happy? Because there was a few players that didn't want to play for him, or they were slightly discontent.
I just find it weird that you only hear that from Romero after he wins the World Cup. I'm telling you, there's been a mentality shift in this guy, which was funny because he didn't even play that good in the World Cup. So it really messes with my head why Romero would say that. I don't know. Richarlison says he didn't say it, but I could see him moaning, right? He's got delusions of grandeur. He thinks he's good when he's not. Right. Who else has delusions of
Romero? Do you think it was only Romero that was the one? Because he was the only one that we know that called out, saying if Conte comes back, I'm not playing.
Yeah, I'm sure you got. Jed Spence has delusions of grandeur. I'm sure Emerson Royale probably has a little bit of delusions of grandeur.
Same assholes who threw Poch under a bus. It's the same players that went to Levy and said.
Sure, Eric Dyer has delusions of grandeur. I wouldn't be surprised if Dyer was maybe.
It's the same players who know their shit. The manager knows their shit, and that if the manager stays, they might actually be forced out in the summer. Them players, the good players, don't think it. Harry Kane had an amazing relationship with Mourinho. I bet Harry Kane had a good relationship with Conte as well.
You can see it after he got the record, the phone calls straight away. You don't fake that. It's not fake, right? That's real. That's what, I'm just saying. It's no coincidence that it's all of our good players have good relationships with the top managers and all of our crap players don't. It's not a coincidence.
Do you think there's a reason why Sar's not starting over Skip? Do you think Skip...
Just age. It's the only reason.
Or experience, you mean, as an age? Or they're not
Ashmatic,
too far in age.
Ashmatic.
Yeah.
When an academy player comes out the academy and breaks into the first team and gets regular minutes, the academy are extremely proud because that is their work. When you see Skip, whether you like him, hate him, whether we think of him, when he's playing for a Premier League club and he's come through the academy, everyone in that academy is proud because they helped get that. That's what they're there for. That they look at Skip and say, this is why we're here, regardless of what we think. And I promise you, if the manager picks him and the manager's playing him, there's a lot of people in the club that are encouraging it, and there'll be positive conversations in the corridors. There'll be a lot of good vibes around Skip in the club. So don't think that doesn't play an influence in this as well.
So do you think Conte?
It's a bit of politics as well. It also explains why Wink's got a hell of a lot of time at Tottenham as well.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah,
I like Skip.
Let me throw this out there, right? Let's just say,
I'm not saying that's the only reason, by the way, but
it's one of the reasons. I get it. I'm just trying to make people think. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on, Maury.
I'd say let's just say by the third, not second to last game, maybe the third to last game. Let's just say, all right, we get pumped by Newcastle, Liverpool, and United, and we're clearly out of we will be out of the top 4 and probably Europa. What do you guys think of? Because, like I said, you guys know how I feel. I don't care about the top 4 anymore, and I'm checked out. But I'm just like, let me see what you got, kid. Like, what's your feeling about? Because he's been named to the team on the bench. Alfie Devine just thrown out to the wolves. Is it nah, or is it? I mean,
he's not going to play, Murray. He's not going to play unless we're desperate. Because at the end of the day, this is the worst environment to develop a young player. This is a horrific situation to throw a young player and said, "Let's teach."
So,
this is a disaster.
Curious to see what he got, and that's why
We've got these players though that aren't even that young. This is just talking about how messed up this club is from top to bottom. You got guys like Harvey White. That's like what they're old. He's older than Papasar.
He's 22, right?
And Papasar's getting minutes, right? Like this is the problem. This is the problem with our club. When we start saying that our 21 and 22-year-old academy players are too young, no, they're not. They're not too young. They're just bad.
White is like 22, right? 22,
No, 21. Harvey White is 21.
Yeah, 21. Papasar is 19, 20.
How old is
The problem is, Will, the problem is Harry Kane, his first couple of years when he played for Spurs in the first team.
Yeah, but Harry Kane is an anomaly. An anomaly, right? Vardy, Kane, players coming in, finding their peak at 23.
I think Skip's
not the norm.
I think Skip's going to be a good player. I do. I think Skip's going to be a good player.
Yeah, but Skip's 23, 24, right? So he's not young either.
No, he's 22.
I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a good player. It was integral in Norwich getting promoted a couple of seasons ago. As soon as they lost him, they were crying. The whole of the Norwich board were crying, and you saw why. The following season, they were fucking awful. Not just obviously that the Premier League's completely different to the Championship, but he was absolutely outstanding. And I thought he was fantastic. Him and Son, the first 6 months of Nuno's spell, the only players that stood out before Skip got the injury was Skip. And I think he's been since he's come in, I think he's been one of our better players. I do. I think there's a future with Skip. And it's not. That's why I disagree. Still, I don't just think it's because he's an academy player. He done a year. He got in. He got his hands dirty in a Championship. And when he came in, I can't. For me, it's difficult to compare him to.
Tommy. The point I was making is it's a factor. It's not the only factor. If he was rubbish, he wouldn't be playing, right? If he was rubbish, there's no way. Okay, you're not going to put a rubbish player in centre mid. We saw against Chelsea. Skip's got ability. We saw it.
Skip can play. My point is about the other ones, not Skip.
Listen,
best position.
He's an 8.
Listen,
the box-to-box midfielder.
The thing with
your
Skip,
classic 8.
He's probably an 8. The problem with Skip is, and this is where Tottenham fail academy players, and I've said it for many a time. This is where we fail young players. There is talent at Tottenham. We don't know the true potential of that talent unless they get regular minutes. And I'm not talking 10 minutes here, regular starting minutes, full games, and they get consistent amount of game time. Only then will we know what they're really able to do. The thing is as well, I just want to take you back. Remember when Saka and Smith Rowe got thrown into the deep end at Arsenal because Arteta was done? And he had no choice but to say, right, these players aren't doing it for me. I'm going to go to the academy kids. Saka and Smith Rowe did all right. They didn't do wow. They did okay. Now, Saka is unreal. He is a top player. Why? Because he got lots and lots of minutes because the other players got binned. He became a regular in that team. And as Arsenal added quality, Thomas Partey, Odegaard, Martinelli, Jesus, as you're adding quality, you're only going to raise the level of the other players on that pitch or they're gone. And the issue I've got with Skip now is for his development to show some real potential and really blossom, we need to start putting fucking quality around him. Højbjerg is not the solution. Defenders that he's having to cover their ass for aren't the solution. What we need is a Bentancur with him. Bentancur and Skip, and Ericsson with Skip, a Wanyama with Skip. Those players will only elevate the player. If think about it, think of martial arts. If you've got a kid who's a red belt or a yellow belt, who do you want them to be playing next to? Bruce Lee or me? Bruce Lee, right? Because he's the fucking martial arts don. So it's the same with footballers. We need to start putting some gems around them to really elevate them. That's not always the case.
Yeah, but then how come? Why don't our striker? Why do all of our young strikers suck?
Where are they right now? Where are they right now?
No, all of the young strikers that we brought in, Jansen, what's his name?
Jansen was past his development phase. Jansen was
Troy Parrott. All these guys.
How old is he? 17.
He's coming.
No, he's
back.
like 23. Troy Parrott's not 17.
No, he's not. He's 21, 22. He's at least 22.
When he broke in, he was younger.
Yeah, he's at least 22 or 23.
But Will, hold on.
21. Troy Parrott is 21.
I can answer your question. Until you do what I've said, you don't know. With Parrott, we don't know.
I know.
What I've we don't, because he hasn't had that chance. Like I've said, a lot of young players as well. It's luck. If for example, if Soldado and Adebayor didn't suck, Kane would never have got that break.
Yeah, that's
true. He would have gone out on loan again and again. So sometimes it's a bit of timing. Again, you look at Saka and Smith Rowe. If Arsenal weren't a sinking ship and Arteta had no other option but just try some youngsters, I don't think them two might have got that chance. Not as much as every single week playing. So sometimes it's just timing as well. And this is why I've said we've got a bit of a problem at Tottenham. The best time to have brought youngsters through was under Poch, because there wasn't an expectation of top four. There wasn't this big pressure of trophies. Poch was building. That's the time to give it a go, because we were building. Now that
man, I'm sorry, dude. 28 appearances in the championship and you only got 2 goals. That's piss poor, bro. Piss poor.
Who's that?
Parrott.
Troy Parrott.
Okay,
you didn't pay attention to our guys.
Okay. So I don't follow too much what they do. I'll be honest with you. But then for Parrott, it might not work. Don't forget, 90% of the players, maybe 95% of the players that Spurs develop, end up being sold to generate money for the club, or they're just not good.
99% of them be them giving garbage.
But there are players at Tottenham that haven't had that break yet. That, like I've said for a while, Malachi Walcott is a good centre-back. Charlie Sayers is a very good left-sided centre-back. These players, they are capable. Are they going to get the chance at Tottenham? Are they going to get the regular minutes?
And he should be playing now if he's a great left-sided centre-back. Why isn't he playing now?
Because, Will, the manager at Tottenham right now, and this is why I'm saying it was better to do this under Poch. The manager now, Stellini, he's under pressure and Mason to do one thing: get top 4. You are not going to risk a young player when your job depends on that outcome. This is
it's
why
better
Conte,
to risk the young player than put Sanchez in there when you know it's not going to work.
But Sanchez is an experienced pro, whether he's good or not. He's an experienced pro.
Experienced at being bad.
Against Arsenal last year, we beat them 3-0. It was a pressurized game. Sanchez was a centre back.
It's a one-off. One game out of 38 is not.
Yes, he's had more bad
evidence.
games than good, but he plays for Colombia. He's got more experience than Charlie Sayers in these moments. He's played in the World Cup.
Yeah,
so if you're a manager, I'm not defending him. I think I want him out the club. I want a lot.
Doesn't play for Colombia anymore, by the way. Doesn't start for Colombia anymore, by the way.
But he's got more experience than Charlie Sayers in these moments. That's what I'm saying. If you're a manager, you're going to go with an experience to try and get you the outcome you want. If we go to shit, right? Imagine Tottenham goes to shit and we end up being a mid-table club again. That's where we are. Kane's gone, Son's gone. We're just fucked. And then we say, right, we really need to reset. Because I actually agree with what Lee said earlier. I don't think Spurs need a reset. I think we're halfway there. We just need to get the other half of the fucking quality in this club with a proper manager that's going to bring it all together. Okay, we should have done it with Conte. We binned him. Okay, it's done. But if we get to that shitty stage, like Arsenal did, when Arsenal said, "Do you know what? We've got a problem. We haven't got Champions League for 7 years. We have a problem at our club. We're the 3rd biggest club in England, and we can't get into the elite competition of Europe. There is a problem at this club." Once they accepted that, they decided, right, let's rebuild. They got rid of everyone except for like 3 players. That's the time to bring in the youngsters, because you're in that growth phase. With Tottenham, unless the youngster is ready now and they're really, really good, which is kind of what you're describing, then I don't think those youngsters are going to get a chance at Tottenham under the pressure of getting top 4. Whereas if we become a mid-table team where the pressure's off, we're just shit now. We accept it. We genuinely are shit. We really are. Then that's the time. That's the time to try.
No, because we have no.
Because
The
you're going to be
problem
patient
is
with them.
the problem is hold on.
There's no
it's not about being patient. Patience is dumb. Patience is dumb. Patience is dumb. Okay. The problem is that we have a screwed up mentality at this club from top to bottom. The people that are working in the back room that you never see, the coaches that you never see, the people working in the club that you never see. The mentality here is this: we should be picking the best players. If our U23 center back is better than Davinson Sanchez, he should be playing. Period. Fuck Sanchez. Fuck the fact that he plays for Colombia. Fuck anything else. If this other kid is better, he should play. Period.
But you don't know if he's better. This is what I'm saying. You don't know. This is my point.
How do you not know? Do you not see them on the training pitch?
One thing I can say is, guys,
bro,
just a quick
training is a controlled environment. Match day, there's so many variables that change the dynamics. Training and match day are two different environments.
Two different environments, yes, but the quality of the players' training should be the same. Are you saying that if this guy as a 21-year-old U23 player can stop Harry Kane, can stop Son Heung-min, can stop all of these players from scoring in training, he can't stop some Mitoma from Brighton from scoring?
I don't know what he's like in training. I don't know in training. I don't watch them. I'm just explaining to you. Go on, Ashmate.
The one example I was going to say is when I was watching the documentary with Tottenham, Mourinho brought out Tanganga. And obviously, I don't know if Tanganga was good enough, but he was obviously a youth boy. He was a youth project boy. And he just flung him on. He just flung him on, and it was against Liverpool as well. It wasn't against a small team. And
yeah, the great debut. Great
pressures. Yeah, he got his debut then. Yeah, and it was we still were pushing for top 4 honours, I believe, under Mourinho. So I do think if the defenders
look at his games after Ashmatic. Look at his games after.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, I agree.
To use him for a time.
And that says that maybe he wasn't.
I'm just saying it's not
running, making his debut. He just thought, oh man. Then once reality kicked in, and now he needs to develop from youth to adult. Look what's happened.
I think
he never gets a chance. He'll never advance from youth to adult. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, but you're not going to risk giving this. This goes back to my point. You're not going to risk giving a youngster a chance unless you know you can be patient. Look, you've worked with youth footballers, both of you, Lee and Will. The key to youth football is patience. You have got to be patient with young kids.
I disagree.
Even if you're an 18-year-old going to 21, that's the biggest transition from youth to adult football. You've got to show some patience, man. Like, look at Mason Mount.
You have to show patience with being.
Now Mason Mount is snapped off every minute.
You have to show patience with being critical on them. Yes, but you don't have to show patience of putting them in scenarios. The biggest problem with youth football is we're stuck into this U13, U14, U15, U16 system, right? 13-year-olds should be playing against 16-year-olds. That's how they'll get better, right?
They do that.
You have to be.
They do that.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. So if you're not putting the U23s in with the adult, the first team, they're not going to get any better. If you see talent, you need to be pushing that kid to the absolute level, because once something becomes. Hold on. Once you have players, okay, but what patience in what? Just because you put in a player now doesn't mean that you have to, because he plays a bad game, you never play him again. That's dumb. That would be a dumb thing to do.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you why. This is the difference. Academy football, under 21 football, it's not big business. It's not this big pressurized. You know, the difference between Champions League money, not Champions League money. As soon as you get into that first team, this is big business now. Everything is on the line. And that's the difference. Are you going to risk playing a young kid and potentially he makes an error or mistake because he's learning and it costs you a game, as opposed to, do you know what?
I think
it's going to cost us a game
anyway. This is the argument, isn't it? Well, that's the argument. That's the argument.
I think it's dependent on the ownership. if the owners are willing to be patient, like the Arsenal owners were,
Correct,
saying,
Tommy.
okay,
Patience. That's what I said.
Exactly.
Patience.
If we finish 5th or 6th, it's not the end of the world. We'll get these youngsters through. But we know all the managers and every player that comes in, the brief for Levy's top 4. And if the brief's top 4, if you're deciding whether to go with a younger centre-back who's slightly better than Sanchez, you still look at his appearances and you go, right, he's played 400 games, he's played 30, 40 games for Colombia. I'll probably just stick with Sanchez or I'm going to lose my job. So I can see both sides. If he's outstanding, if you've got a Harry Kane, then you could say, okay, I'll chuck him in because he's that good. If you don't, then it's always going to be tricky. But it's the ownership, the leadership isn't right. That doesn't offer this.
That's what I'm saying.
This players doesn't grant this patience.
Tommy, Arsenal finished 8th 2 years in a row, and then they bottled top 4 to Spurs. They never once sacked the manager who was embedding all these youngsters. I guarantee you, if we do this at Tottenham and we get 8th, 7th, the manager's sacked, the project's jeopardized, and our fans will not show that patience. I am not convinced for 1 second our fans have got a patience for this youth project to flourish at Tottenham. I just don't think they do. Not when we're paying the highest prices in football, in world football.
Yeah, but this is the problem. This is the thing that does my head in, right?
If
the problem with our players is mentality, why not bring people that want to win, right? Look, this is the saying. The reason why I would take the risk on the 21-year-old left-sided defender from the U23 squad over Ben Davidson Sanchez is because Davidson Sanchez, when he comes out on the pitch, he's, oh man, these fans are booing me. He's depressed. He's not hungry. He's like, fuck these guys. Like, I'm just going to do it. He's not coming here like, I got to show them how good I am. But you bring out that 23-year-old, he can't do any worse. But he guarantee you he's going to want it a hell of a lot more. He's going to want to perform better. Like, he may make a mistake. He may cost us the game. Who cares? We're probably going to lose anyway, right? So why not give the guy a chance who actually wants to be on the pitch rather than some guy who's happy collecting a paycheck? Because he could have left. Remember, we forget, Davidson Sanchez could have left in January and turned it down because he wanted to keep getting his big paycheck from Spurs instead of getting a little paycheck someplace else.
And that's why I brought up Alfred Devine, because it seems like, from what people say, wow, he's very talented, very talented, very talented. And then
who do you drop for him, Murray?
And he has that
drop to get Alfred Devine. Who do you drop for?
Let me finish. If he has that mentality, all right, he's so talented, so talented. I hope he has that mentality. Hey, I want to get in. I want to get in. So for me, it's like, and I used the scenario because I said, if with 3 games left, right, basically we're not playing for top 4. I'm like, okay, if you're so talented, let me see what you got. Let me see what you got. Go ahead. I mean, what's to lose? Nothing. Let me see what you got. Let me see if you got those balls to go in there and be able to play. For me, I would probably drop Hoiberg, put the youngsters, Hoiberg, Sarr, or.
I mean, if you're going to switch to 4 at the back, you could have 3, and he could play as his attacking midfielder, right? So, in a 4-2-3-1. So,
you have nothing to play for. Let me see what you got, kid. Let me see what you got. So,
Can I just do? Go on, Mark. I just want to do a couple of super chats, Mark, because they've been sitting there for a while. Big up to Jory. Thank you so much. He says, Spurs, I know you agreed with this comment, Mari. Spurs is a beta club steeped in beta culture. That's why real alphas like Jose and Conte get so much hate.
Beta.
You can't drink
beta.
No, I'm British. Beta.
You guys don't say beta in England either.
Beta.
I love it. No.
I want to fix that
beta.
I just want to fix the misconception.
Beta.
What I agree with this comment.
Beat it.
There is a misconception.
Beta.
Can Will Murray say aluminium, please?
No, there's a misconception, and Scott put it up. That alpha mean assholes. Alpha does not mean you have to be an asshole. There's a big difference. There are leaders and there are followers. There are those who are leaders who are up front. Like, people think, okay, you're a vocal leader, you're an asshole. No, that means you see something wrong. You're taking initiative rather than someone who does not take initiative, right? There's nothing wrong being a beta or on alpha. This should change, right? When there's too, for me, when I see too many alphas in the room, then I'm depending on what's going on, then I will step back. If there are those who I know, it's just like, all right, this person is always going to be, and then there are times where it's just like, boom, no, I'm going to step in. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions that alpha means asshole. No, it does not mean that. It means that it's a type of leadership where that person said, okay, I'm going to take the lead. I'm going to take charge. All right, you guys follow. So it's so many books on alphas and betas, and I could probably write a book about that. But yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions of understanding what is an alpha and a beta. There's even terms of alpha beta or alpha type of person. So this is now my wheelhouse of psychology and sociology and how people act and react. So just one
alpha just means somebody. Alphas don't have to be loud, right? If you look at the animal kingdom and you look at lions that are alphas, they just sit there and relax, right? Guys will come up and nip. A beta, all an alpha is when he needs to step in to take the lead, he does it without hesitation and or fear.
Exactly.
Right? It's a confidence. Alpha-ness is related to a person's confidence, not their. You can have betas that are very outspoken and say a lot of things, but they're not. They're insecure, right? Insecurity is not alpha, right? Insecurity is beta. Right. If you're afraid of what other people think, if people not liking you hurts your feelings or makes you feel bad or whatever, you're not alpha. Right? An alpha says, you don't like me, I don't give a fuck. Right.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, man. All this scientific, woke, political correctness talk, I'm pretty straight up. If you're alpha male, you're a man. If you're a beta, you're just a pussy. Listen, I know people get offended by the way I speak. That's just how I look at it.
That's alpha. That's what I'm saying. You don't care that people think bad about you for saying that. You just say it. That's alpha.
What about
I'm just saying, do you have a pair of balls or not? That's how I look at it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Delta, gamma? Huh?
Kappa.
Alpha, beta, gamma, delta. What's going on?
Kappa males. They're the ones that lie all the time. You got a lot of Kappa males in the comments that be like,
Sigma, Omega, Alpha. Yeah.
What's everyone's pronouns? What's everyone's pronouns?
My pronouns are fuck and you.
Fuck you.
According to my wife, it's all dickhead.
Those are my pronouns, fuck and you.
If I'm about to get cancelled right about now.
I'm crying.
Love it.
If I told you what YouTube calls me, I can't speak. I can't speak.
I can't talk, I can't.
Another super chat from Jory saying Levy will stop a youngster upstaging his investment. Do you know what? Jory, he's one guy. He's on top.
Hey, get the Nazi guy out of the chat.
Where is it?
Oh, this is a Nazi. Yeah.
Oh my God. Bye. Gone. Yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, like Jory, he is proper to the brink of. He cannot stand Enoch and Levy. Like he literally detests them, man. But he's so sarcastic when he talks about them to the point he's taking the piss out of them, even when he's coming across serious. I don't know, man. There's a lot of fans that are on the brink. I think there's a lot of fans that are on the brink right now. But whether they do anything or not, I don't know.
They're not alpha fans. That's what it is. So if we had more alpha fans, it'd be different. But yeah.
Friday, I doubt CJ was Buddhist. All right, just saying.
That was
so.
Hey, it looked like a Nazi symbol to me.
It's flipped the other way. It's Buddhist. But even if it was the Buddhist one, I didn't look fast enough. I doubt a guy named CJ Young is a Buddhist.
CJ,
anyway, they're doing it to pop in. No, they're doing it to pop in, right? It's a new trend that they use the Buddhist symbol and still but talk about racist bullcrap, right? It's just a.
Listen, I don't know about this stuff, but you're blocked.
Just don't. If you're a Buddhist, have a picture of Buddha. You don't need to rock the reverse swastika, right? So
I think Levy's
Yeah,
beater. I think Levy's a beater.
I think he's
better.
alpha behind the keyboard. I think behind the keyboard he's alpha.
Better, beta. I can't remember.
Beta.
He's a male.
Beta.
No, I said this.
Because it's Latin, by the way. It's not English. So
Daniel Levy was the last
in British
was the last person to get picked at a pickup game, and this is payback for being chosen last when he was in school. And so now he's like, yeah, I own the club, and I know about football, and I'm gonna run this ship. I really think it is. He got made fun of when he was 9 and 10. He was in the books, but he wanted to play with the guys, and he was chosen last. And now he's just paying back, using this as payback of just like, okay, the buck stops here. It's me, myself, and I in regards on how I run this club, and I will bring success for this club and whatsoever. And this whole, hiring DOJ, DOF, whatever, is just all a ploy. It's all a facade, because everybody knows Daniel Levy is still. It starts with him and it ends with him. So, yeah.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up there. We've almost been going for 4 hours. Another 2-hour stream that's gone 2 hours over standard. Just want to say Hotspur Hood, South UK, Step Up Spurs, Mari's channel. I've put all the links in the description down below. Please make sure you go follow, watch them, smash a like, subscribe to their channels as well as ours. Elias, when are you next on, bro?
I'm live on Thursday night, 5 p.m. Yeah, with the Newcastle fan to discuss a Newcastle game. Yeah.
Big up. Check that one out, Mari. You got any plans this week?
I'm preparing for the last ever show, which is going to be next Wednesday. And so I'm going to be excited, send some invites and stuff. And then start a new beginning. And so I'm really excited about that. And I think everybody knows I'm joining Tottenham away. And so, yeah.
Big up to Mari. Ashmatic, you're part of the Hassan Marlon team now, right?
Yeah, that's right, man. So we're just working on new things, new projects. So if and when something happens, I'll be on it. If something like breaks tomorrow about company, you'll hear me talking about it, talking about formations, etc., tactics, blah, 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 history, is he the right man, etc., etc. We'll debate about that. And yeah, it's going to be interesting because we're talking about, obviously he's come from the Championship. When was the last Championship manager that's taken over a Premier League team being successful? That's the narrative that's kind of going around at the moment. But anyway, yeah, you're likely to see me on that show, post-match there as well. And yeah, a few other channels as well. You'll just see me around. Leave it at that.
Big up to Ashmatic doing the rounds. And Tommy, Hotspur Hood, you're on tomorrow, right?
Yes, Stealth. Straight after this, I'm gonna be like crying myself to sleep. I have been since I bought the Man United ticket. It's my first ticket of this thing. It was a big mistake. I forgot it was midweek, and we don't do midweek, do we? We went out to Nottingham Forest. We can't. Yeah, FA Cup.
We don't do Saturday or Sunday, Tommy. We don't do Saturday or Sunday, mate.
Oh, through that. But you look at our midweek form; it's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm going to probably spend all day tomorrow trying to get a refund until I stream. So that'll be late tomorrow. On Thursday, I'll do a stream as well on my own, where I'll try and make it as interactive as possible. I only live stream twice a week now, and a few short videos in between. Make sure you subscribe to Tottenham Away. It's great to have this show back. You're the real deal. You're the only one of the only channels where it is completely real talk. So yeah, subscribe to me if you haven't already done so. That'd be great. But make sure you subscribe here. Get you back to 10K where you deserve to be. You need to be at 10K.
Yep.
We'll get there. Big up, Tommy, man. Love the words. We're live tomorrow. We've got a fan show. We've had to move it only for this week because I'm working late the next 2 days, so I just couldn't do the other 2 days. Will any last words?
Yeah, fuck the haters. Fuck all the people in the comments that that don't subscribe to the channel.
Hip-hop. Straight into 90s hip hop. Fuck the haters. Fuck
not the people in the live comments, but fuck the people in the after the show comments who don't subscribe to the channel and then just come in and moan and cry because we're too mean.
Definitely not subscribing.
Big up the people who support the channel, like, subscribe, and do all that stuff. We appreciate that. And yeah, and then the people that like to moan that we talk about them, at least we do it live on stream and not hidden in group chats. If you got a problem with it, have me on your show. I'll talk to you about it. If not, shut the fuck up.
Cheers for that, Will. Lee,
you're welcome.
You can have the final word from the panel tonight.
Oh, thanks, Stel. I'm just going to go back to Danny K's question, actually, to the panel. Danny wrote, "Panel, what is a Levy?" I'm pretty sure a Levy is the brand of urinal that's been installed at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So
it is, it is, yeah. It is, it is as well.
Big up.
Big up to Lee as well. We've got one last super chat from Blue Mountain. Big up. Thanks for the therapy. Here's to better times for all our fellow Spurs fans. Big up to you, Blue Mountain, to all the other super chats as well. Strasbourg Steve, bring it, big boy. Another few from Strasbourg Steve. Anthony THFC, thank you, with a couple there. And then Jory with a few super chats as well. Big up to Jory. Thank you so much. And VJ as well. Big up to you guys. Everyone in the
big
comments
up, Jamie
tonight.
D.
Thank you for all your comments throughout the night. Yeah, did someone say something?
No,
it's a big up Jamie D. Profile. Bald and bold. So apparently, if I wear a hat, that means I'm embarrassed of my bald head. I wouldn't shave my head if I was embarrassed of my bald head. I just let my hair that I have grow out and wear a hat. I wear hats because I like to wear hats. I've always worn hats, even as a kid, even in the summertime. I just like wearing hats.
Come on, one show. Can you just come on with a syrup just so we could see what you look like with hair?
With a syrup? You want me to put a wig on? I can put a wig on. Yeah. I got wigs all the time. Where are they at?
You've got wigs.
A few wigs.
Oh my
God. He's not an alpha, is he? If he's got a wig, he's not an alpha.
He went straight Delta.
Why have you got wigs in touching distance? I don't get it.
He went straight Delta.
It's my characters, man. You don't know.
Oh, BJ,
and Brian Hill and
Brian Hill.
Who is BJ?
BJ.
Asthmatic, there's some videos you need to go back and watch from a couple of months ago, man.
Okay, I prefer that bald Will Stewart over this one.
This
is the BJ wig.
I'm not going to lie. With that wig on, I'd question you try coaching kids, but whatever. It's just a look. It's just a look.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's my BJ.
What could have been?
Look.
Wow. Is that what we're doing? Wow.
And then where's the other one?
Oh my Lord.
I got more, man.
Oh, wow.
Roadkill hairpiece. Roadkill hairpiece.
Actually,
Beatles wig.
Good draw. Actually, I have my black cap here. I actually do have.
Yeah, we've definitely.
He looks like the brother out of Napoleon Dynamite.
Black cap, yeah.
I'm gonna start throwing stakes at people.
I found it.
Peaky Blinders, mate. Got the Peaky Blinders hat on.
Well, what the hell is that, man?
Look like Tommy. I got my.
It's the
order of the Peaky Bloody Blinders.
My Brian Hill.
Got me too.
Brian Hill. My goodness.
Oh, he's got a skater boy.
Okay, this is kind of better than the BJ one.
Look, he could fit straight into Wham.
There we go.
No Gallagher.
For all the haters.
It's for all the haters.
Hey.
Yeah.
Will, you look stunning. You look absolutely
At least
stunning.
it matches the beard.
Yeah, this one's got the same color as the beard now.
Yeah, that actually looks
It
that
actually looks
looks
like your hair.
that looks better than the
Yeah.
BJ one.
Better than the
Listen,
VJ.
on that bombshell, right?
End it, still end it.
Go
Right,
even
it's-
4. Go even 4. It's 358. Go even 4.
So all the stuff that I hide there, I got a bunch of stuff on him. I got hats.
He got
Yeah, Will,
guns.
next show. Will, next show.
I
Let's do
bet
next
you
show.
do. I bet you do. Yeah, save it.
Oh my God, what do you look like,
Oh,
man?
if I see
What
him in
do
the
you
woods,
look
I'm
like?
getting shot.
Wow.
You look like one of them characters out of Scooby Doo.
I look like some guy that gets drunk on streams.
I know.
We're out of here. See you later. Take care.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away,